The morning started like every other morning at number 4 Privet Drive, which is to say, it started with the sound of Uncle Vernon's voice booming through the thin walls like an earthquake wrapped in a business suit. Harry Potter, age 8 3/4, lay perfectly still in his cupboard under the stairs, listening to the familiar symphony of the Dursley household awakening. First came Vernon's thunderous footsteps across the kitchen ceiling above his head, followed by Aunt Petunia's sharp voice directing traffic, and finally Dudley's whining complaints about whatever breakfast tragedy had befallen him this particular morning. Harry had learned long ago that staying quiet during these first few minutes was crucial. If he made even the slightest sound, if a floorboard creaked, or he accidentally knocked his elbow against the wall, Vernon would remember that he existed. And Vernon remembering that Harry existed was never a good thing. The cupboard smelled like dust and cleaning supplies, a combination that had become as familiar to Harry as his own heartbeat. His narrow bed, really just a cot with a thin mattress, took up most of the space. At the foot of the bed sat a cardboard box containing his few possessions, 3 shirts, and 2 pairs of trousers that had once belonged to Dudley, a broken toy soldier missing one arm, and a photograph he had found in the rubbish bin years ago. The photograph showed a young woman with red hair and bright green eyes, holding a baby. Harry had never been told who they were, but he kept the picture anyway. Something about the woman's smile made him feel less alone during the worst nights. Today felt different somehow, though Harry could not have explained why, if someone had asked. There was a strange energy in the air, like the moment before a thunderstorm when all the birds go quiet, and the very atmosphere seems to hold its breath. He pressed his ear to the door, trying to gauge the mood upstairs through the floorboards. Dudley's voice rose above the general morning chaos, petulant and demanding. Something about his hair, though Harry could not make out the specific complaint. Petunia's response was sharp and worried, the tone she used when something threatened the perfect suburban facade she worked so hard to maintain. Vernon's contribution to the conversation consisted mainly of grunts and the occasional bark of displeasure. Harry closed his eyes and tried to will himself invisible, a trick he had been practicing for as long as he could remember. Sometimes, if he concentrated very hard and made himself very small and very quiet, the Dursleys would forget about him entirely. Those were the good days, when he could slip out to the garden or the school library and pretend he was just a normal boy with a normal family who did not lock him in cupboards or make him cook breakfast while standing on a wobbly chair because he was too short to reach the stove properly. The sound of feet stomping down the stairs made Harry's stomach clench with familiar dread. Those were not Petunia's quick, precise steps, or Dudley's heavy, careless ones. Those belonged to Vernon, and Vernon only came down to the cupboard when Harry was in trouble. The door flew open with enough force to bang against the wall, filling the small space with Vernon's massive bulk. Vernon Dursley was a large man in every sense of the word. Large belly, large moustache, large appetite, and most importantly, large capacity for cruelty when it came to his nephew. His small, piggy eyes fixed on Harry with the kind of look a person might give a particularly offensive insect. "You little freak," Vernon snarled, his face already turning the alarming shade of purple that meant Harry was in serious trouble. "What did you do to Dudley's hair?" Harry sat up carefully, pressing himself against the back wall of the cupboard. "I don't know what you mean, Uncle Vernon. I've been down here all morning. Don't lie to me." Vernon's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. His son's hair had turned bright green overnight, standing up in unnatural spikes that no amount of gel could flatten. The impossible color seemed to shift and shimmer in the light, and Petunia had already tried 3 different shampoos with no success. There was only one explanation for something so completely unnatural occurring in Vernon's perfectly ordinary household. The boy had done something. The boy always did something. Harry genuinely had no idea what Vernon was talking about, but he had learned that protesting his innocence only made things worse. "I'm sorry," he said instead, which was usually the safest response to any accusation. "Sorry doesn't fix my son's hair, does it?" Vernon grabbed Harry's arm and hauled him out of the cupboard. Harry stumbled, his legs cramping from the confined space, and nearly fell before Vernon's grip steadied him roughly. "We've been far too easy on you, boy. Time you learned what happens to freaks who upset normal families." They climbed the stairs to the kitchen, Harry's heart hammering against his ribs with each step. The kitchen was Petunia's pride and joy, all pink and white surfaces that gleamed under the fluorescent lights. Every appliance was top of the range, every surface scrubbed to surgical cleanliness. Even the television mounted in the corner looked expensive and new, purchased solely for Dudley's entertainment during meals. Dudley sat at the square kitchen table, his normally blonde hair now a vibrant shade of emerald green that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. He looked absolutely miserable, which on any other day might have made Harry feel a small spark of satisfaction. Today, however, Harry was too frightened to feel anything except mounting dread. Petunia stood near the sink, wringing a dishcloth in her hands and looking as though someone had died. Her thin face was pinched with worry and barely contained panic. "What will the neighbours think?" she kept muttering. "What will I tell them at the parent-teacher conference next week? How do we explain this?" Vernon shoved Harry toward the kitchen table, where Dudley's green hair seemed to glow even brighter under the overhead lights. "Look what you've done to my son," he growled. "Whatever freakish nonsense you pulled, you're going to fix it right now." Harry stared at Dudley's hair in genuine amazement. It really was green. Not just any green, but a brilliant, impossible shade, like polished emeralds or spring grass after rain. More than that, the hair seemed to be moving on its own, shifting and swaying as though underwater. "I don't know how to fix it," Harry said honestly. "I don't even know how it happened." That was apparently the wrong thing to say. Vernon's face completed its transformation from red to purple, and his small eyes bulged with rage. "Don't know how it happened," he repeated, his voice climbing toward a roar. "Magic doesn't just happen, boy. Someone makes it happen. Someone unnatural and freakish and wrong." The word magic hit Harry like a physical blow. Magic was forbidden in the Dursley household, not even to be spoken aloud. Any mention of the impossible, the unexplained, or the wonderful was met with swift and brutal punishment. Harry had learned this lesson many times over the years, though he had never quite managed to stop hoping that someday someone would explain why strange things seemed to happen around him. Petunia made a small distressed sound near the sink. "Vernon," she said weakly, "perhaps we should just take Dudley to the doctor. Surely there's some medical explanation." "Medical explanation," Vernon snorted. "There's no medical explanation for hair that changes color overnight, Petunia. There's only one explanation, and it's standing right here looking at me with those freakish green eyes." Harry's eyes were indeed green, the same bright emerald shade as the woman in the photograph he kept hidden in his cupboard. The Dursleys had always seemed to take personal offense at his eye color, as though he had chosen it specifically to annoy them. Vernon grabbed Harry's arm again, his thick fingers digging into the boy's thin shoulder. "Time you learned what happens to freaks who won't admit what they've done," he said, dragging Harry toward the stove. "Maybe a little pain will help your memory." The stove was a massive, professional-grade appliance that Petunia had insisted on when they remodeled the kitchen. 6 gas burners, each capable of producing intense heat at the turn of a dial. Vernon twisted one of the knobs, and blue flames sprang to life with a soft whoosh that made Harry's blood turn cold. "Hold out your hand," Vernon commanded. Harry tried to pull back, panic rising in his throat. "Uncle Vernon, please, I really don't know what happened to Dudley's hair. I was asleep in the cupboard all night." Vernon's grip tightened painfully. "Maybe burning will help you remember," he said, forcing Harry's hand toward the dancing blue flames. "Maybe a little scar will remind you what happens when you use your freakishness in my house." The heat from the flame was intense, radiating against Harry's palm, even from several inches away. He could feel his skin beginning to warm, could smell the faint scent of something burning. Terror and desperation warred in his chest as Vernon slowly, methodically forced his hand closer to the fire. "Please," Harry whispered, struggling against Vernon's iron grip. "Please don't." Vernon only smiled, a cruel expression that transformed his face into something truly frightening. "Should have thought of that before you turned my son into a freak like yourself," he said. Harry's hand was now inches from the flame. He could feel the heat becoming painful, could see the blue fire dancing just below his outstretched fingers. In a few more seconds, Vernon would press his palm directly against the burning gas ring, and there would be nothing Harry could do to stop it. That was when something inside Harry's chest began to burn. It started as a warmth, like swallowing hot soup on a cold day. Pleasant, almost comforting after the terror of the past few minutes. But the warmth grew quickly, spreading from his chest to his arms, his legs, the back of his neck. It was not painful, but it was intense, building like pressure behind a dam until Harry thought he might burst from the sheer force of it. The flames on the stove seemed to flicker in response to whatever was happening inside him. The blue fire wavered, brightened, then suddenly flared upward in a column of brilliant orange light that made both Vernon and Petunia cry out in alarm. "What the bloody hell?" Vernon started to say, but his words were cut off as Harry's skin began to glow. It was subtle at first, just a faint luminescence beneath the surface, like sunlight filtering through honey. But the glow intensified rapidly, spreading across Harry's face and hands until he seemed to be lit from within by golden fire. His hair, already an unruly black mess, began to shimmer and move as though stirred by unfelt winds. Vernon released Harry's arm and stumbled backward, his face pale with shock. "What's happening to you?" he demanded, though his voice cracked with fear. Harry had no answer because Harry had no idea what was happening to him. The burning sensation in his chest had spread throughout his entire body now, but it was not painful. If anything, it felt wonderful, like coming home after a long journey or waking up on Christmas morning to find that all your wishes had come true. Power coursed through him, more power than he had ever imagined possible. And with that power came a knowledge that seemed to spring from somewhere deep in his bones. He was changing. The realization should have terrified him, but instead Harry felt a wild surge of joy. For 8 years he had been small and weak and helpless, dependent on the mercy of people who had none. Now something vast and ancient and powerful was waking up inside him, and he was not afraid. His skin began to crack like an eggshell, revealing brilliant light beneath. Not the harsh fluorescent glare of the kitchen lights, but something warm and golden and alive. Feathers, impossibly bright and beautiful, began to emerge from the cracks in his skin. Not the dull brown feathers of a sparrow or the black feathers of a crow, but feathers that seemed to be made of liquid gold and sunset fire. Petunia screamed. The sound was high and piercing, full of terror and revulsion. She dropped the dishcloth she had been clutching and pressed herself against the kitchen counter as though trying to become part of the wall. Her thin face had gone completely white, and her eyes were so wide that Harry could see white all around the irises. Vernon, however, had moved beyond fear into rage. This was his house, his perfectly ordinary house, where perfectly ordinary things happened to perfectly ordinary people. He would not allow this freakish transformation to continue, not in his kitchen, not under his roof. "Stop it!" he roared, lunging forward to grab Harry again. "Stop it right now, you little monster." But Harry was no longer entirely human. The transformation accelerated as Vernon's hands touched him. Harry's bones began to hollow and reshape themselves, his organs shifting to accommodate a completely different anatomy. Wings burst from his shoulder blades, magnificent things covered in feathers that gleamed like polished metal. His face elongated into a graceful beak. His eyes grew larger and brighter, and when he opened his mouth to cry out, what emerged was not a human scream, but a song. The song of a phoenix. It was the most beautiful sound any of them had ever heard. Liquid gold poured into melody, joy and power, and ancient magic given voice. The song filled the kitchen, echoed off the walls, seemed to make the very air shimmer with possibility. But beneath the beauty was something else, something that made Vernon and Petunia cower against the far wall. Power, raw, untamed, magnificent power that belonged to creatures of legend. Harry's transformation completed itself in a rush of golden fire. Where a small, frightened boy had stood moments before, there was now a phoenix in full glory. His feathers were every shade of gold and red and orange imaginable, each one seeming to contain its own inner light. His wings, fully spread, reached nearly from wall to wall of the kitchen. His talons, sharp as razors, gripped the linoleum floor and left deep scratches in the expensive material. Most remarkable of all were his eyes, still green, but now they blazed with an intelligence and power that was definitely not human. When he looked at Vernon, the large man stumbled backward as though struck. The phoenix that had been Harry Potter raised his magnificent head and sang again, a song of freedom and joy and power finally unleashed. The sound shattered 3 of Petunia's best china plates and made the television in the corner flicker and buzz with static. Then, quite suddenly, the phoenix looked down at the stove, where Vernon had been trying to burn his hand just moments before. Fire called to fire. The flames from the single burner Vernon had lit began to grow, fed by something far beyond gas and oxygen. Golden fire spread across the stovetop, then leaped to the nearby curtains, then raced along the ceiling toward the smoke detector that began shrieking in alarm. But this was not ordinary fire. This was phoenix fire, clean and bright and impossibly hot, and it did not simply burn things so much as transform them into something more beautiful. Within seconds, the entire kitchen was ablaze. Vernon and Petunia fled toward the doorway, pulling a sobbing Dudley between them. His green hair seemed to pulse brighter in response to the magical fire, as though it recognized something familiar in the flames. The phoenix soared upward on wings of flame, circling the kitchen once before settling on the light fixture in the center of the room. From this perch, he watched the fire spread with something that might have been satisfaction. 8 years of cold cupboards and meager meals and casual cruelty. 8 years of being told he was worthless and unwanted and wrong. And now the very walls that had contained his suffering were burning with magical fire. It felt like justice. The smoke detector's shrieking was joined by the wail of approaching sirens. Someone, probably Mrs. Figg next door, had seen the flames and called the fire department. Soon the house would be full of firefighters and paramedics and police officers, all asking questions that the Dursleys would not be able to answer. The phoenix spread his wings and sang one last time, a farewell song that somehow contained forgiveness alongside its power. Then he rose through the air and out through the kitchen window, which had cracked and shattered from the heat, leaving behind only the smell of smoke and magic and the stunned faces of the family who had never understood what they were trying to contain. Outside, the morning air was cool and sweet after the stifling heat of the burning kitchen. The phoenix circled the house once, watching as fire trucks screamed around the corner and firefighters began unrolling hoses with practiced efficiency. Neighbors emerged from their houses to gawk at the spectacle, and somewhere in the crowd he spotted Mrs. Figg, her eyes wide with recognition and something that looked like relief. The phoenix flew higher, rising above the suburban streets of Little Whinging until the house at number 4 Privet Drive looked like nothing more than a small square surrounded by tiny figures. From this height, Harry could see the entire neighborhood spread out below him like a map, all those identical houses full of people living identical lives. He would never have to go back to the cupboard under the stairs. The knowledge filled him with such joy that he sang again, his voice carrying on the wind for miles in every direction. Somewhere in the distance, he thought he heard an answering call, as though some other creature of magic had heard his song and responded in kind. But that was impossible. Phoenix were legendary creatures, rare beyond measure. Surely he was the only one in all of England, perhaps in all the world. The phoenix that had been Harry Potter flew toward the horizon, leaving behind the burning remains of his old life and carrying with him the promise of something entirely new. Whatever came next, whoever he became, one thing was certain: he would never be powerless again. Far below, as the firefighters battled the magical blaze and paramedics treated Vernon Dursley for burns to his face and hands, a small electronic device in Dudley's pocket continued recording. The boy had activated his phone's camera function the moment Harry began to glow, and every second of the transformation had been captured in perfect digital clarity. The video would eventually find its way to the internet, where it would be dismissed as elaborate special effects or clever computer generation. But a few people would watch it and know better. A few people would recognize what they were seeing and understand that something unprecedented had just occurred in the perfectly ordinary suburb of Little Whinging. The boy who had been unwanted for 8 years was wanted now, though he did not yet know it. Wanted by people who understood power and magic and the dangerous beauty of creatures that should not exist. The hunt for Harry Potter was about to begin, but for now, the phoenix soared free beneath the morning sun, his golden feathers catching the light like captured fire, his song echoing across the sky like a promise of wonders yet to come. For the first time in his short life, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. He was flying. The encrypted letter arrived at Beauxbatons through channels so secure that even the French Ministry of Magic was unaware of its existence. Hidden within the diplomatic pouch that brought Harry his weekly correspondence from Britain, the message bore no identifying marks save for a small symbol that Harry recognized immediately: the mathematical notation for integration, drawn in the precise handwriting that had filled countless homework assignments and research notes during his brief glimpses of Hogwarts academic life. Hermione Granger had found a way to reach him. Harry sat in his private study area, surrounded by the advanced magical theory texts that had become his constant companions over the past month at Beauxbatons. The letter felt warm in his hands, as though it had been infused with the same fierce intelligence and determination that characterized its author. When he broke the seal, the words that appeared on the parchment seemed to glow with their own inner light, protected by encryption charms that would have impressed even the Academy's most security-conscious faculty. "Harry," the letter began, "I hope this finds you well and safe. I have been following your situation through every available source, and I want you to know that your courage in challenging the system has inspired more people than you realize. What you have accomplished is extraordinary, not just in terms of your own escape, but in the way you have forced the entire magical world to confront its failures in protecting children." Harry felt a warm surge of gratitude at her words. Even separated by distance and diplomatic complications, Hermione's support felt like a lifeline to the connections he had formed during his brief time in the British magical world. "I am writing to you now because my own situation has become increasingly difficult," the letter continued. "My parents and I have been subjected to what can only be described as harassment by ministry officials, who seem to believe that my academic interest in your case represents some kind of security threat. They have suggested that my Hogwarts education might be terminated if I continue to research international magical law and child protection protocols." The injustice of it made Harry's phoenix fire stir with protective anger. Hermione's brilliant mind and passionate advocacy for what was right were being punished simply because she refused to ignore systemic failures when she encountered them. More concerning still, the letter went on. "I have discovered through my research that my own legal status as a Muggle-born witch makes me vulnerable to educational discrimination that I was not previously aware of. Hogwarts admission policies include provisions that could allow my enrollment to be revoked if ministry officials determine that my presence is disruptive to the school community. Given the current political climate, such a determination seems increasingly likely." Harry's hands tightened on the parchment as he read this revelation. The idea that Hermione could be expelled from magical education entirely simply for asking inconvenient questions about child welfare, was both outrageous and entirely consistent with the institutional failures he had experienced firsthand. I have been researching international alternatives to British magical education, Hermione's letter continued, and I have been particularly impressed by what I have learned about Beauxbatons Academy. Their approach to academic freedom and their commitment to protecting students from political persecution align perfectly with my own educational values and goals. Harry, I know this is an enormous favor to ask, but would you be willing to provide a recommendation for my transfer application to Beauxbatons? I believe that my research skills and academic achievements would be valuable additions to their international student community, and I am prepared to demonstrate my commitment to the Academy's values of intellectual freedom and social justice. The letter concluded with detailed information about Hermione's academic records, her research interests, and her plans for contributing to magical education reform through rigorous scholarship rather than political activism. Reading between the lines, Harry could see the careful calculation that had gone into her decision to seek transfer. This was not an impulsive reaction to temporary difficulties, but a strategic choice made by someone who understood that her intellectual development required an environment that valued, rather than punished, independent thinking. Harry immediately sought out Madame Maxime, whom he found in her office reviewing applications from prospective international students. The headmistress looked up with the warm smile that had become familiar over his weeks at the academy, her expression shifting to concern as she noted his obvious emotional intensity. "Lord Potter," she said in French, switching to English as she noted the British correspondence in his hands. "What can I do for you?" "Madame Maxime," Harry replied, settling into the comfortable chair that she indicated. "I have received a letter from a friend in Britain who is facing educational persecution for supporting my case and researching child protection issues. She is requesting my recommendation for transfer to Beauxbatons." Madame Maxime's expression grew serious as she processed the implications of his request. "Educational persecution is a grave matter," she said carefully. "Tell me about this young woman's circumstances and qualifications." Harry provided a detailed account of everything he knew about Hermione's situation, her academic achievements, and her research into magical law and policy reform. As he spoke, he could see Madame Maxime's interest and concern growing in equal measure. "Miss Granger sounds like exactly the type of student that Beauxbatons was founded to protect and nurture," she said, when Harry had finished his explanation. "Brilliant young minds who ask difficult questions and challenge established orthodoxy are precious resources that must be safeguarded rather than suppressed." She consulted her appointment calendar with the efficiency of someone accustomed to making complex educational decisions quickly. "I can arrange for Miss Granger and her parents to visit the academy as early as next week, if they are able to travel on short notice. Given the urgency of her situation, we can expedite the normal application process." Harry felt a surge of relief and gratitude that nearly overwhelmed him. "Thank you, Madame Maxime. Hermione is one of the most brilliant people I have ever met, and she deserves the chance to develop her abilities without fear of political retaliation." The arrangements proved even more complex than either Harry or Madame Maxime had anticipated. The political situation in Britain had deteriorated to the point where the Ministry of Magic was actively monitoring the travel plans of anyone associated with Harry Potter's case. Getting Hermione and her parents to France without triggering official intervention required careful coordination between French diplomatic officials, Goblin banking authorities, and international magical law enforcement agencies. The solution came from an unexpected source. Professor McGonagall, whose own position at Hogwarts had become increasingly precarious following her public break with Dumbledore, offered to facilitate Hermione's travel under the guise of a routine academic conference that her parents were attending in Paris. The conference was real enough, a gathering of educational researchers that provided perfect cover for what was essentially a carefully orchestrated rescue operation. Harry found himself pacing the marble halls of Beauxbatons on the morning of Hermione's scheduled arrival, his anxiety about her safety warring with excitement at the prospect of being reunited with the first real friend he had made in the magical world. The bond they had formed during their brief interactions had been strengthened rather than weakened by their separation, and her letters had become one of his primary sources of encouragement and intellectual challenge. When the French diplomatic transport finally materialized on the Academy's receiving platform, Harry felt his heart race with anticipation and concern. The past months had changed him profoundly, transforming him from a frightened child into a confident young man with sophisticated magical abilities and clear purpose. He wondered how those changes would affect his relationship with someone who had known him during his most vulnerable period. Hermione emerged from the transport with the same purposeful stride that Harry remembered, her bushy hair perhaps a bit more controlled, but her eyes burning with the same fierce intelligence that had characterized their every interaction. She was accompanied by her parents, both of whom showed the strain of the past months, but also the determined protectiveness that came with recognizing their daughter's exceptional nature. When Hermione saw Harry waiting for her, her face lit up with a smile that seemed to illuminate the entire platform. "Harry!" she called, breaking into a run that closed the distance between them in seconds. The hug they shared was fierce and heartfelt, conveying months of worry, support, and shared understanding that words could not adequately express. Harry felt tears threaten his eyes as he realized how much he had missed having someone in his life who understood both his intellectual needs and his emotional struggles. "You look wonderful," Hermione said as they separated, studying his face with the analytical intensity that was so characteristic of her approach to everything. "Confident, healthy, happy. This place has been good for you. Better than I ever imagined possible," Harry replied honestly. "And hopefully it will be good for you too." Over the following hours, Harry served as Hermione's guide through the Academy, showing her the magnificent libraries, the advanced laboratories, the comfortable living spaces, and most importantly, the practice chambers where students could explore their unique magical abilities without fear or constraint. With each new area they visited, he could see her amazement and excitement growing. "The intellectual freedom here is extraordinary," she observed as they toured the research facilities, where advanced students worked on independent projects with faculty mentorship. At Hogwarts, student research is limited to variations on established themes. Here, students are actually developing new magical theory and contributing to the advancement of magical knowledge. Harry introduced her to his fellow international students, each of whom had their own story of educational persecution or institutional failure that had led them to seek sanctuary at Beauxbatons. Dimitri shared his experiences with the rigid traditionalism of Durmstrang that had rejected his dragon communication abilities. Catalina described the fear and suspicion that her weather magic had generated in conservative Spanish magical circles. Ahmed explained how his mastery of ancient Arabic magical techniques had been dismissed as potentially dangerous by narrow-minded educational authorities. Each story resonated with Hermione's own experiences of being made to feel that her intellectual curiosity and analytical approach to magical problems were somehow threatening to established order. For the first time, she was surrounded by people who shared her conviction that magical education should be about exploration and discovery rather than memorization and compliance. The academic assessment that Madame Maxime had arranged for Hermione proved to be more of a celebration than an evaluation. Her mastery of magical theory was far beyond what most students achieved even in their final years at conventional magical schools, while her research methodology and analytical skills impressed even the Academy's most experienced faculty. Most remarkably, when Professor Delacour administered tests designed to identify students with unusual magical abilities, the results revealed that Hermione possessed an extremely rare gift for magical theoretical synthesis. She could intuitively understand the underlying principles that connected apparently disparate magical phenomena, allowing her to develop new theoretical frameworks that advanced magical understanding in genuinely innovative ways. This is precisely the type of intellect that traditional magical education often suppresses, Professor Delacour explained to Harry as they reviewed the assessment results. Students who think too independently or ask too many challenging questions are frequently labelled as disruptive rather than brilliant. Beauxbatons exists to nurture such minds rather than constrain them. The formal interview with Madame Maxime and the Academy's senior faculty took place in the elegant conference room that overlooked the Pyrenees Mountains, its windows offering views that seemed to symbolize the unlimited horizons that awaited students willing to think beyond conventional boundaries. "Miss Granger," Madame Maxime said, her voice carrying the warmth and respect that characterized all her interactions with prospective students, "Lord Potter has spoken very highly of your intellectual abilities and your commitment to social justice through rigorous scholarship. We have reviewed your academic records and assessment results, both of which are exceptional. But I would like to understand your personal motivations for seeking transfer to our academy." Hermione's response was articulate and passionate, demonstrating the same analytical clarity that had impressed Harry from their first meeting. "Madame Maxime," she began, "I chose to pursue magical education because I believe that knowledge has the power to make the world more just and equitable. My research into Harry's case opened my eyes to systematic failures in British magical governance that can only be addressed through rigorous scholarship and fearless inquiry into uncomfortable truths." She paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. "At Hogwarts, I have been made to feel that such inquiry is unwelcome and potentially dangerous. My questions about institutional accountability have been met with warnings about the consequences of challenging established authority. I need an educational environment that encourages rather than punishes intellectual courage." The faculty members exchanged glances of approval and recognition. They had all encountered brilliant students whose development had been stunted by educational systems that valued conformity over creativity. "What are your academic goals if you join our community?" Professor Beaumont asked. Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement as she outlined her research interests. "I want to develop new frameworks for analyzing the intersection between magical law, educational policy, and child welfare," she said. "My goal is to create theoretical models that can predict and prevent institutional failures before they cause harm to vulnerable individuals. It was exactly the type of ambitious, socially conscious scholarship that Beauxbatons was designed to foster." The faculty interview concluded with unanimous enthusiasm for Hermione's admission to the Academy. The practical arrangements proved surprisingly straightforward. Hermione's parents, both accomplished professionals in their own right, were deeply impressed by the Academy's commitment to student welfare and intellectual development. The contrast with the increasingly hostile environment that their daughter had faced in Britain made the choice to support her transfer an easy one. More importantly, the French Ministry of Magic had prepared extensive legal protections for Hermione's family that would prevent any attempt by British authorities to interfere with her education or coerce their return to Britain. The international magical community's determination to protect students fleeing educational persecution had created unprecedented diplomatic safeguards. As evening approached and the formal transfer procedures were completed, Harry and Hermione found themselves alone on one of the Academy's terraces, watching the sunset paint the mountains in shades of gold and crimson that seemed to echo the phoenix fire that had transformed both their lives. "I can't believe this is really happening," Hermione said softly. "A month ago, I thought my magical education might be terminated entirely. Now I'm going to be studying at the finest magical institution in Europe, with the freedom to pursue research that could actually change the world." Harry smiled, remembering his own amazement at discovering that such places could exist. "It's been the same for me," he replied. "Everything I thought I knew about magical education and what was possible for someone like me has been completely transformed." They talked late into the evening about their hopes for the future, their research interests, and their shared commitment to using their exceptional abilities in service of protecting other vulnerable children. The friendship that had begun during Harry's darkest moments had evolved into something deeper, a partnership based on mutual respect, intellectual compatibility, and shared values that would shape their approach to changing the magical world. When they finally returned to their respective quarters, Harry felt a profound sense of completion that had been missing even during his happiest weeks at Beauxbatons. Having Hermione beside him as he navigated his new life felt like the final piece of a puzzle falling into place, creating a picture of possibilities that neither of them could have imagined alone. The phoenix within him stirred with contentment, recognizing that the bonds of true friendship were among the most precious treasures that any magical being could possess. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities for learning and growth, and new chances to work together toward the goal of creating a magical world where every child could develop their gifts without fear of persecution or neglect. For Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, the future had never looked brighter or more full of promise. Together, they would learn to soar higher than either had ever dreamed possible. The Daily Prophet's morning edition carried a headline that would have been unthinkable just months before. Exodus from Hogwarts, 30% drop in enrollment as families seek international alternatives. The article, written with Rita Skeeter's characteristic flair for dramatic revelation, detailed a crisis in British magical education that had reached catastrophic proportions. Students from some of the most prominent magical families in Britain were transferring to schools across Europe and beyond, their parents citing concerns about institutional accountability, educational quality, and the fundamental question of whether British magical authorities could be trusted to protect their children. The photographs that accompanied the article showed empty dormitories at Hogwarts, reduced class sizes that made the ancient castle feel abandoned rather than prestigious, and a faculty struggling to maintain morale in the face of unprecedented criticism. But it was the accompanying editorial by Luna Lovegood's father, Xenophilius, that truly captured the magnitude of the transformation occurring throughout magical Britain. His article, titled "The Children's Revolution," avoided his usual focus on conspiracy theories and magical creatures to deliver a devastating analysis of institutional failure that resonated far beyond his normal readership. For too long, Xenophilius had written, we have allowed our most sacred institutions to operate without meaningful oversight or accountability. We have trusted that the adults in positions of authority over our children had their best interests at heart, even when evidence suggested otherwise. The Harry Potter case has forced us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Our system has been failing vulnerable children for generations, and we have been complicit in that failure through our willingness to look the away when difficult questions were asked. The article went on to detail specific cases of institutional neglect that had come to light in the wake of Harry's revelations, painting a picture of systematic indifference to child welfare that extended far beyond a single high-profile case. Families across magical Britain were discovering that their trust in established authorities had been misplaced, and they were responding by withdrawing that trust in the most concrete way possible, removing their children from institutions that had failed to earn continued confidence. At Beauxbatons Academy, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger sat in the magnificent library, reading the British magical news, with a mixture of satisfaction and sadness that reflected the complex emotions surrounding the changes they had helped set in motion. The empty spaces at Hogwarts represented both victory and loss, proof that their actions had forced meaningful reform, while also acknowledging the pain that such reform inevitably caused. The statistics are remarkable, Hermione observed, consulting the detailed breakdown of transfer applications that had accompanied the main article. Ravenclaw has lost 40% of its students, while Hufflepuff has seen a 35% reduction. Even Slytherin, traditionally the most loyal to established authority, has experienced significant departures. Harry studied a photograph of Professor McGonagall standing alone in a nearly empty Transfiguration classroom, her expression reflecting the heartbreak of an educator watching her life's work crumble around her. I feel sorry for the teachers who are trying to do right by their students, he said quietly. This isn't their fault. but they're paying the price for Dumbledore's failures. The transformation at Beauxbatons had been equally dramatic, though in the opposite direction. The Academy had expanded its facilities twice in the past month to accommodate the flood of transfer applications from British students, while also accepting refugees from other countries where magical education had failed to meet international standards. The student body had become more diverse and intellectually vibrant than ever before, creating an environment that challenged everyone to grow and excel. Harry had found himself at the center of this expansion, serving not just as a student, but as an unofficial ambassador for displaced British magical children. His Phoenix abilities and legal status as Lord Potter gave him unique authority to advocate for other students facing persecution or neglect, while his partnership with Hermione provided the research foundation necessary to document and address systematic problems. Their informal British Student Support Network had evolved into a sophisticated operation that helped families navigate the complex process of transferring to international schools, provided legal resources for students facing official harassment, and offered emotional support for young people traumatized by the failure of institutions they had been taught to trust. The network's latest success story was walking through the library doors as Harry and Hermione discussed the morning's news. Neville Longbottom entered with the careful steps of someone still adjusting to his new environment, but his face showed a transformation that went far beyond mere geographical relocation. The boy who had arrived at Beauxbatons 3 weeks earlier had been a nervous, self-doubting student, convinced that his magical abilities were inadequate and his academic potential limited. The young man approaching their table moved with growing confidence, his eyes bright with the excitement of someone discovering capabilities he had never known he possessed. "Harry, Hermione," Neville called softly, mindful of library protocols, even as his enthusiasm made him want to shout. "Professor Sprout just approved my independent research proposal on magical plant communication. She said my theoretical framework is the most innovative work she's seen from a student in decades." Hermione's face lit up with genuine pleasure at his success. "That's wonderful, Neville. What's your research focus?" Neville settled into a chair beside them, his confidence growing as he described his work. "I'm investigating whether plants with magical properties can serve as communication networks for coordinating defensive magic across large geographical areas. The preliminary results suggest that properly cultivated magical gardens could provide early warning systems for dark magic incursions that would be far more sensitive than any artificial detection methods." Harry was impressed both by the sophistication of Neville's research and by the dramatic change in his friend's self-perception. At Hogwarts, Neville's botanical interests had been dismissed as a hobby rather than recognized as a legitimate area of magical expertise. Here at Beauxbatons, those same interests were being developed into cutting-edge research that could revolutionize magical defense strategies. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who had become a regular visitor to Beauxbatons as part of her efforts to facilitate transfers for students seeking to escape the ongoing crisis in British magical education. Her appearance had changed significantly over the past months, the stress of watching her beloved institution crumble taking a visible toll on her health and spirits. "Lord Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom," she said formally, though her voice carried warmth that transcended the professional distance. "I hope I am not interrupting important work." "Of course not, Professor McGonagall," Harry replied, gesturing for her to join their group. "What brings you to Beauxbatons today?" McGonagall settled herself in the remaining chair with movements that suggested weariness beyond her years. "I am here to discuss the latest developments in the crisis at Hogwarts, and to consult with you about potential solutions that might help preserve what remains of British magical education." She consulted her notes with the methodical approach that had characterized her decades of educational service. The Board of Governors met yesterday to discuss the future of the school. Enrollment projections for next year suggest that we may not have sufficient students to maintain operations at current levels. Several department heads have submitted resignations, and the remaining faculty are struggling to maintain educational standards with dramatically reduced resources. Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions at this news. Part of him was satisfied that his actions had forced accountability on an institution that had failed him so completely, but another part of him mourned the damage being done to a school that had educated generations of magical children, including his parents. "What solutions are being considered?" Hermione asked, her analytical mind immediately focusing on practical approaches to the crisis. McGonagall's expression grew thoughtful. "The board has proposed several radical reforms that would fundamentally alter how Hogwarts operates. International oversight of student welfare, mandatory reporting protocols for faculty concerns about student safety, transparent financial management with external auditing, and most significantly, academic partnerships with European institutions that could provide alternative educational tracks for students with specialized needs." The reforms sounded comprehensive and appropriate, but Harry could hear the uncertainty in McGonagall's voice that suggested significant obstacles to implementation. "What's preventing these reforms from moving forward?" he asked. McGonagall sighed heavily. "Political resistance from traditionalist factions within the wizarding government, concerns about sovereignty and international interference in British magical affairs, and frankly, a lack of credible leadership to guide the transformation process. Dumbledore's resignation has left a power vacuum that no one seems qualified or willing to fill." Harry exchanged glances with Hermione and Neville, seeing in their faces the same recognition that had struck him. The crisis at Hogwarts was not just about institutional accountability, but about the fundamental question of who had the moral authority to guide British magical education into a more ethical and effective future. "Professor McGonagall," Hermione said carefully, "have you considered the possibility that the solution might come from the students who have been most affected by these failures?" McGonagall's eyebrows rose with surprise. "What do you mean, Miss Granger?" Harry leaned forward, his voice carrying the quiet authority that had developed during his months as Lord Potter. "The students who have transferred to international schools haven't just escaped a failing system," he said. "We've experienced what magical education can be when it's designed around student welfare and academic excellence, rather than institutional convenience and political considerations." He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "What if some of us were willing to return to Hogwarts, not as ordinary students but as advisors and advocates who could help guide the reform process from the perspective of people who have seen better alternatives?" The suggestion was radical enough to leave McGonagall speechless for several moments. When she finally responded, her voice carried a mixture of hope and concern that reflected the complexity of what Harry was proposing. "Lord Potter," she said slowly, "the idea has considerable merit, but it would require unprecedented cooperation between British institutions and the international schools that have accepted our students. More importantly, it would put you and others in a position where you might face significant political pressure and personal risk." Harry felt his phoenix fire stir with determination rather than anger. "Professor McGonagall," he replied, "I've spent the past months learning about my responsibilities as someone with unique abilities and legal status. If I have the power to help fix a broken system, don't I have an obligation to try?" The conversation that followed was complex and far-reaching, involving detailed discussions of diplomatic protocols, educational policies, and the practical challenges of implementing reform in institutions resistant to change. McGonagall's questions were thorough and professional, clearly designed to test whether Harry's proposal was the product of careful thought or youthful idealism. As the discussion progressed, it became clear that Harry's suggestion represented more than just a desire to help his former school. It reflected a mature understanding of leadership responsibilities and a commitment to using his privileges in service of protecting vulnerable children rather than simply advancing his own interests. Hermione's contributions to the conversation demonstrated her characteristic analytical brilliance, identifying potential obstacles and proposing solutions with the precision of someone trained in both magical and mundane research methodologies. Neville's insights about the psychological impacts of educational transformation added important perspectives that neither Harry nor Hermione could have provided alone. By the end of their discussion, McGonagall had agreed to present their proposal to the Hogwarts Board of Governors and to the international educational authorities who would need to approve any formal partnership arrangements. The idea of student advisors with international school experience serving as guides for institutional reform was unprecedented, but the crisis at Hogwarts was unprecedented as well. As McGonagall prepared to leave, she turned to Harry with an expression that mixed professional respect with something approaching maternal pride. "Lord Potter," she said quietly, "your parents would be incredibly proud of the young man you have become. You have taken the worst experiences of your childhood and transformed them into a force for protecting other children. That kind of moral courage is rare at any age." Harry felt tears threaten his eyes at her words, recognizing the significance of approval from someone who had known his parents and could speak with authority about their values and character. After McGonagall's departure, Harry, Hermione, and Neville sat in contemplative silence for several minutes, each processing the magnitude of what they had just committed themselves to undertaking. The prospect of returning to Britain, even temporarily, and in advisory roles, carried emotional and practical challenges that would test everything they had learned during their time at international schools. "Are we really considering this?" Neville asked finally, his voice carrying uncertainty, despite his obvious commitment to the cause. Hermione nodded firmly. "We've been given extraordinary opportunities to develop our abilities and perspectives," she said. "If we don't use those gifts to help other students who are still trapped in failing systems, what was the point of our escape?" Harry felt the weight of leadership settling around his shoulders like phoenix wings, recognizing that his transformation from victim to advocate had reached a new stage. The boy who had once been powerless to protect himself was now in a position to protect others, and that power came with responsibilities that could not be ignored or delegated. "We need to be strategic about this," he said thoughtfully. "Any return to Britain has to be on our terms, with protections in place to prevent us from being manipulated or silenced by people who want to preserve the status quo rather than implement real reform." Over the following days, word of their proposal spread through the international student community at Beauxbatons, generating responses that ranged from enthusiastic support to concerned warnings about the dangers of engaging with institutions that had proven themselves capable of systematic abuse. Dimitri offered to provide dragon communication services that could serve as secure messaging between reform advocates and international supporters. Catalina suggested using her weather magic abilities to create communication networks that would be immune to official monitoring. Ahmed proposed drawing on ancient Arabic magical traditions that offered protection spells specifically designed to shield advocates for social justice. The diversity of support and expertise available through their international connections highlighted one of the most important lessons Harry had learned during his time at Beauxbatons. Real change required coalition building that transcended national boundaries and institutional loyalties, bringing together people with different skills and perspectives in service of shared values. As reports continued to arrive from Britain, detailing the ongoing collapse of traditional magical education and the growing demand for reform, Harry felt the phoenix within him stirring with anticipation rather than anxiety. The fire that had once burned with desperation and rage had been transformed into something more powerful and purposeful, a flame that could illuminate dark corners where injustice flourished and burn away obstacles to meaningful change. The boy who had once lived in a cupboard under the stairs was preparing to return to Britain as Lord Potter, Phoenix Animagus, and advocate for educational reform. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with the confidence that came from having discovered his true nature and purpose. The phoenix had learned to soar in the clear skies above Beauxbatons. Now it was time to return to the storm clouds gathering over Britain and help guide other young people to the safety and freedom that every magical child deserved. The Great Hall of the International Confederation of Wizards had witnessed many historic moments over the centuries, from the signing of the International Statute of Secrecy to the establishment of global protocols for magical creature protection. But none of those previous assemblies carried the weight of moral reckoning that filled the ancient chamber on the morning when Harry Potter, Lord Potter, Phoenix Animagus, and Voice for Magical Children worldwide prepared to deliver testimony that would reshape the very foundations of magical governance. Representatives from every magical nation on Earth had gathered for this unprecedented hearing, their formal robes creating a tapestry of colors and cultural traditions that spoke to the truly international scope of the crisis that Harry's case had revealed. The French delegation sat in their elegant blue and silver robes, while the Americans wore the deep burgundy that reflected their congressional traditions. German representatives were distinguished by their precise black and gold ceremonial dress, while the Bulgarians displayed the rich crimson that honored their ancient magical heritage. At the center of the vast chamber, a simple podium waited beneath a dome of enchanted crystal that would ensure that every word spoken would be heard clearly in every corner of the hall and transmitted to magical communities worldwide through the sophisticated communication networks that connected the global wizarding population. This was not merely a trial of one man's failures, but a moment of accountability that would determine whether the international magical community was willing to enforce meaningful standards for the protection of magical children. Harry sat in the witness section with Miss Anderson beside him, her presence serving as both practical support and symbolic reminder that his transformation from victim to advocate had been guided by adults who understood their responsibilities to protect rather than exploit vulnerable children. Behind them sat the full delegation from Beauxbatons Academy, their attendance representing not just institutional support, but international commitment to educational reform. Across the chamber, Albus Dumbledore occupied the defendant's chair with the dignity that had characterized his decades of public service, though his usual grandfatherly warmth had been replaced by the gravity of someone facing the complete collapse of his life's work and reputation. Beside him sat his legal counsel, representatives of the British Ministry of Magic, who had been tasked with the impossible job of defending the indefensible. The chief warlock of the International Confederation, an elderly witch whose authority derived from decades of service to magical justice rather than political maneuvering, called the assembly to order with words that would be remembered for generations to come. "We gather today," she announced in a voice that carried clearly throughout the vast hall, "to address allegations of gross negligence and willful endangerment in the care and protection of Harold James Potter, a magical child whose suffering has exposed systematic failures that threaten the moral foundation of our entire civilized magical world. These proceedings will determine not only the fate of those directly responsible for such failures, but the standards by which we will judge ourselves as protectors of our most vulnerable citizens." She turned to Harry with an expression that mixed formal courtesy with genuine respect for his courage in bringing these issues to light. "Lord Potter," she said, "the International Confederation recognizes your legal majority under Goblin law and acknowledges your status as a Phoenix Animagus. You have requested the opportunity to address this body regarding your experiences under the guardianship of Albus Dumbledore and the systematic failures that enabled your mistreatment. The floor is yours." Harry rose and walked to the central podium with steady steps that reflected months of growth and preparation for this moment. He wore formal robes that had been specially designed for the occasion, deep blue fabric embroidered with golden phoenixes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The symbolism was deliberate and powerful, marking him as someone who had risen from the ashes of his traumatic childhood to become a force for justice and protection of other vulnerable children. When he began to speak, his voice carried the authority that came from absolute conviction in the rightness of his cause, but also the compassion that reflected his deep understanding of what it meant to suffer, and the determination to ensure that others never experienced similar pain. Honored representatives, he began in English, then repeated the greeting in French, German, and Spanish, to acknowledge the international nature of the assembly. I appear before you today, not seeking revenge against those who failed me, but demanding accountability that will protect other magical children who cannot speak for themselves. The silence in the great hall was profound, as delegates from around the world leaned forward to hear every word of testimony that had already been recognized as potentially historic in its implications for magical governance. For 8 years of my life, Harry continued, his voice growing stronger with each sentence, I was subjected to systematic neglect and abuse, while supposedly under the protection of the most respected wizard of our generation. I was housed in a cupboard under the stairs, deprived of adequate food and clothing, threatened with physical violence, and told repeatedly that my magical nature made me a freak who deserved whatever suffering I experienced. Murmurs of shock and outrage rippled through the assembled delegates, despite the fact that these basic facts had been extensively documented in the preliminary investigations that had led to this hearing. But the physical neglect and emotional abuse, terrible as they were, represent only part of the failure that brings us here today, Harry continued. Far more disturbing is the systematic nature of that failure, the way it was enabled and funded by institutional indifference that prioritized abstract political considerations over the concrete welfare of a living child. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle over the assembly before delivering the testimony that would prove most damaging to Dumbledore's remaining credibility. During the years of my abuse, substantial payments were made from my own inheritance to the relatives who were mistreating me. 300,000 galleons, approximately £1.5 million, was transferred to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, ostensibly for my care and education. This money was authorized by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as my magical guardian, despite the fact that his own monitoring systems should have informed him that I was sleeping in a cupboard and wearing cast-off clothing. The mathematical precision of the financial misconduct created a stir throughout the chamber, as delegates processed the implications of such systematic misappropriation of inheritance funds. When the payments to my relatives mysteriously stopped 6 months before my escape, Harry continued, no one checked to ensure that I was still receiving adequate care. No one inquired about why the Dursleys no longer required financial assistance. No one seemed to care whether a child who had supposedly been provided with substantial support was actually benefiting from that support. He looked directly at Dumbledore as he delivered his next words, his green eyes blazing with phoenix fire that was visible even in the bright light of the great hall. I was told later that my suffering was necessary for some greater good, that the protection spells surrounding my relative's home required me to consider that place my home regardless of how I was treated there. If that is true, then I was sacrificed on the altar of abstract magical theory, my childhood destroyed to satisfy the requirements of spells that cared nothing for my happiness or welfare. The moral indictment was devastating in its clarity, cutting to the heart of the philosophical failures that had enabled Harry's mistreatment to continue for so many years. But I am not here today to relitigate my own past suffering, Harry said, his voice taking on the tone of someone proposing solutions rather than simply cataloguing problems. I am here to demand that we establish standards and systems that will prevent such failures from recurring. Other children are suffering right now in circumstances similar to what I endured, and they deserve protection that is based on their actual welfare rather than the convenience of adults who claim authority over their lives. He outlined a comprehensive program of reforms that he and Hermione had developed during their months of research and advocacy work at Beauxbatons. International oversight of magical child welfare, mandatory reporting protocols that could not be ignored or suppressed, transparent financial management of inheritance accounts, and most importantly, legal recognition that magical children had the right to advocacy and protection that transcended national boundaries and institutional loyalties. The reforms were radical in their scope, but practical in their implementation, designed by young people who had experienced systematic failure and were determined to prevent others from suffering similar harm. When Harry concluded his formal testimony, the applause that filled the Great Hall was unprecedented in the history of International Confederation proceedings. Delegates rose as one to acknowledge not just his courage in speaking truth to power, but his transformation of personal trauma into a force for systemic change. The questioning that followed was intense, but respectful, with representatives from various magical governments seeking clarification about specific aspects of his experiences and his proposals for reform. Harry's responses demonstrated not only his detailed knowledge of the issues, but his sophisticated understanding of the political and practical challenges involved in implementing meaningful change. Most challenging were the questions posed by the British delegation, who attempted to portray Harry's case as an isolated incident rather than evidence of systematic failure. Their efforts were undermined, however, by the testimony of other witnesses who had been called to provide additional evidence about the scope of institutional problems. Hermione Granger took the podium next. Her presentation focused on the research she had conducted into similar cases of magical child neglect and abuse that had been covered up or ignored by British magical authorities. Her academic methodology and analytical precision provided devastating evidence that Harry's case was part of a much larger pattern of institutional indifference to child welfare. Professor McGonagall's testimony was perhaps the most damaging to Dumbledore's defense, as she detailed the institutional pressures that had prevented faculty at Hogwarts from questioning or challenging his decisions regarding Harry's care. Her account of being repeatedly reassured that monitoring systems confirmed Harry's excellent treatment, despite growing evidence to the contrary, illustrated the systematic nature of the deception that had enabled his suffering to continue. The testimony from account manager Griphook provided the financial evidence that transformed the case from one of mere negligence to potential criminal misconduct. His detailed accounting of the unauthorized withdrawals from Harry's inheritance, combined with documentation showing that the money had not been used for its stated purposes, created an irrefutable case for theft and fraud on an unprecedented scale. When Dumbledore finally took the podium in his own defense, his attempts to justify his actions only served to highlight the moral bankruptcy of his approach to child welfare. His invocation of prophecies and magical protections that required Harry's suffering rang hollow in the face of concrete evidence about alternative approaches that could have provided safety without requiring abuse. Most damaging of all was his inability to explain why he had never personally verified Harry's living conditions, despite having the authority and resources to do so. His admission that he had prioritized abstract magical considerations over the concrete welfare of a living child provided the moral clarity that the International Confederation needed to reach its verdict. The deliberations took 3 days, during which Harry remained at Beauxbatons, surrounded by the international community of students and faculty who had become his chosen family. The waiting was difficult, not because he doubted the outcome, but because he understood the magnitude of the changes that would result from whatever decisions were reached. When the verdict was finally announced, it exceeded even Harry's most optimistic expectations for meaningful reform and accountability. Dumbledore was stripped of all positions of authority and banned from involvement in child welfare cases for life, his reputation destroyed beyond any possibility of rehabilitation. More importantly, the International Confederation voted unanimously to establish the Potter Protocols, a comprehensive framework for protecting magical children that would be enforced globally, regardless of national sovereignty or institutional resistance. The protocols included mandatory international oversight of any case involving magical child welfare, automatic financial auditing for all inheritance accounts managed by magical guardians, and most significantly, the establishment of international courts that could intervene in any case where local authorities failed to protect vulnerable magical children. Harry was awarded damages that included full restitution of the misappropriated inheritance funds, plus additional compensation that recognized the unprecedented nature of his suffering and his contributions to magical child protection. More meaningfully, he was granted the title of International Advocate for Magical Child Welfare, a position that would allow him to continue his protection work with the full authority and resources of the global magical community. The ceremony that concluded the proceedings was both solemn and celebratory, acknowledging the tragedy that had made reform necessary, while celebrating the courage that had made such reform possible. When Harry addressed the assembly for the final time, his words carried the weight of someone who had transformed personal trauma into universal protection for vulnerable children. Today marks not the end of a tragic chapter, but the beginning of a new era in which the protection of magical children takes precedence over the convenience of adults who claim authority over their lives, he said. The changes we have implemented will ensure that no other child suffers as I suffered, and that the voice of every vulnerable young person will be heard and heeded by those with the power to help. As delegates dispersed to their home countries to begin implementing the Potter protocols, Harry found himself surrounded by the friends and mentors who had supported his journey from victim to advocate to international voice for justice. Miss Anderson's pride was evident in every word as she congratulated him on his transformation from the frightened boy she had found in her classroom to the confident young man who had just reshaped global magical governance. The celebration that evening at Beauxbatons was both intimate and magnificent, reflecting the Academy's ability to honor individual achievement while maintaining focus on community and shared values. Students and faculty from around the world gathered to celebrate not just Harry's personal victory, but the systemic changes that would protect countless other magical children in the years to come. As the evening wound down, Harry stood on his favorite terrace overlooking the Pyrenees Mountains, watching the stars emerge in the clear mountain air, while reflecting on the journey that had brought him to this moment. The transformation from powerless victim to international advocate seemed almost impossible to believe, yet every step of that journey had been necessary for him to develop the skills and perspectives needed to create meaningful change. Hermione joined him on the terrace, her presence as comfortable and supportive as it had been from their first meeting. "You did it," she said simply. "You actually changed the world." Harry smiled, feeling the phoenix within him settling into contentment as he contemplated the future that stretched ahead like an endless sky. "We did it," he corrected gently. "All of us together. And this is just the beginning." The phoenix that had risen from the ashes of a cupboard under the stairs had learned to soar higher than anyone had ever imagined possible. But more than that, it had learned to use its wings to lift others toward the same freedom and safety that every magical child deserved. The boy who had once been told he was a freak for his magical nature had become the voice for magical children everywhere, proving that even the most powerless could find their strength and use it to protect those who followed in their footsteps. Harry Potter, Lord Potter, Phoenix Animagus, and International Advocate for Magical Child Welfare, looked toward the future with hope and determination. There would be more children to help, more systems to reform, more injustices to address. But he was no longer alone in that work, and he was no longer powerless to effect the changes that his conscience demanded. The phoenix sang one final time as the stars wheeled overhead, its song carrying across the sleeping magical world like a promise that no child would ever again be sacrificed for the convenience of adults who forgot that their first duty was to protect rather than to control. The future belonged to those who had learned to rise above their circumstances and use their power in service of justice. And Harry Potter, who had learned that lesson in the hardest way possible, was ready to help teach it to the world. The aftermath of the fire at No. 4 Privet Drive unfolded with the methodical chaos that emergency services brought to such situations. 3 fire trucks, 2 ambulances, and 4 police cars had converged on the quiet suburban street within minutes of Mrs. Figg's phone call, their flashing lights painting the morning in alternating patterns of red and blue that reflected off windows and car bonnets throughout the neighborhood. Paramedic Jennifer Walsh knelt beside Vernon Dursley on the front lawn, carefully examining the burns that covered the left side of his face and both of his hands. The injuries were extensive but peculiar, showing the kind of heat damage she might expect from a house fire. Yet they seemed to follow patterns that made no medical sense. The burns on his hands were symmetrical, as though he had grasped something intensely hot with both palms, while the facial burns appeared to radiate outward from his eyes and mouth in delicate, almost artistic spirals. "Mr. Dursley," she said, keeping her voice calm and professional, despite her confusion about his injuries, "can you tell me what happened? How did you sustain these burns?" Vernon's small eyes, now red-rimmed and watering from pain and shock, fixed on her face with an expression of barely controlled rage. "It was the boy," he said, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "The freak boy did this to me, turned into some kind of demon bird, and set my whole bloody kitchen on fire." Jennifer exchanged a quick glance with her partner, Marcus Chen, who was preparing bandages and burn cream nearby. They had both seen trauma victims become confused and disoriented, especially when dealing with severe burns and possible carbon monoxide exposure. Sometimes the mind created elaborate stories to explain the unexplainable, filling in gaps where memory failed or pain overwhelmed rational thought. "Mr. Dursley," Jennifer said gently, applying a cooling gel to his hands, "I need you to focus on what actually happened. Were you cooking something when the fire started? Did a gas appliance malfunction?" "The demon bird," Vernon insisted, wincing as the gel touched his burned skin. 8 years old, and he turned into a bloody great phoenix right in my kitchen, wings like bloody airplane propellers and claws that scratched up my floor. Made this singing noise that broke half the dishes. Marcus raised an eyebrow and made a note on his clipboard. "Possible head trauma," he wrote. "Patient exhibiting signs of delirium and confabulation." A few yards away, Petunia Dursley sat on the front steps of her neighbour's house, wrapped in a blanket someone had provided and clutching a cup of tea with shaking hands. Police Constable Rebecca Mills sat beside her, notebook open, trying to extract a coherent account of the morning's events. "Mrs. Dursley," Constable Mills said, "your husband mentioned something about your nephew being involved in the fire. Where is the boy now?" Petunia's thin face, already pale from shock, seemed to grow even whiter at the question. "Harry," she whispered, as though saying the name might summon something terrible. "He was there when it started. Right there in the kitchen with Vernon and Dudley." "And where is he now?" the constable pressed gently. Petunia's hands trembled so badly that tea sloshed over the rim of her cup. "I don't know," she said. One moment he was there, and the next there was all this light and heat and that horrible singing noise. When the smoke cleared, he was gone." "Gone how, Mrs. Dursley? Did he run outside? Is he hiding somewhere?" Petunia made a small, broken sound that was halfway between a laugh and a sob. "He flew away," she said, "turned into a great golden bird and flew right out through the kitchen window. Left us all behind to burn." Constable Mills paused in her note-taking, pen hovering over the page. "Mrs. Dursley," she said carefully, "I know this has been very traumatic for you. Sometimes our minds can play tricks on us during stressful situations. Are you certain that's what you remember seeing?" Petunia's laugh was sharp and brittle. "Oh, I'm certain, Constable. 28 years I've lived in that house. 28 years of trying to pretend that boy was normal. But he was never normal, was he? Always doing impossible things, always making our lives more difficult with his freakishness. And now he's shown his true nature at last." The constable made another note, this one about possible psychological trauma requiring follow-up care. In her experience, house fires often left victims struggling with reality, especially when children were involved. The idea that an 8-year-old boy had transformed into a mythical creature and flown away was clearly the product of a mind trying to cope with events too traumatic to process normally. Near the fire trucks, Chief Inspector David Thompson, surveyed the damage with growing bewilderment. He had investigated hundreds of house fires over his 20-year career, everything from electrical faults to insurance fraud to domestic accidents. He understood burn patterns and heat damage and the way fire moved through a structure. What he was looking at now, however, defied every principle of fire behavior he had ever learned. The kitchen had been completely destroyed, that much was clear, but the fire seemed to have burned from the inside out, leaving the surrounding rooms virtually untouched. More puzzling still, the fire had burned impossibly hot in some areas, while leaving others completely unscorched. A dishcloth lay on the counter, just 3 feet from where the stove had melted into twisted metal, yet the cloth showed no signs of heat damage whatsoever. Most concerning of all was the smell. House fires had a distinctive odor, an acrid mixture of burning wood, melting plastic, and whatever household chemicals had been consumed by the flames. This fire smelled different, clean somehow, like burning autumn leaves or a campfire on a crisp evening. Inspector Thompson had never encountered anything like it. Fire investigator Sarah Reeves emerged from the kitchen wearing protective gear and carrying an array of testing equipment. Her preliminary examination had raised more questions than it had answered, and her expression reflected her confusion. "What's the assessment?" Inspector Thompson asked. Sarah pulled off her protective mask and shook her head. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen, Chief. The fire appears to have started simultaneously in multiple locations throughout the kitchen, which is virtually impossible with any conventional accelerant. The temperature reached at least 1800 degrees Celsius in some areas, but somehow the fire never spread beyond the kitchen boundaries. Could it be some kind of accelerant we haven't encountered before?" Thompson suggested. "Something exotic or experimental?" "I've tested for everything I can think of," Sarah replied. "The gas lines are intact. There's no evidence of petroleum-based accelerants, no trace of explosives or chemical fire starters. According to every test I've run, this fire should not have been possible." "What about the missing child the family mentioned?" Sarah's expression grew even more troubled. "That's another mystery. There's no evidence that anyone was in the kitchen when the fire started, despite what the family claims. No blood, no tissue, no signs of human remains. If a child had been caught in a fire this intense, we would have found something." "Could he have escaped through the window?" Sarah gestured toward the kitchen window, which had been completely blown out by the heat. The window frame was twisted and melted, and shards of glass lay scattered across the garden outside. "Chief, that window is 12 feet off the ground, and there's no ladder, no tree branches, no way for a child to reach it. Even if he could somehow climb that high, the glass didn't break outward from impact. It shattered from heat expansion, which means it was intact when the fire started." Thompson frowned as he considered the implications. So either an 8-year-old boy survived a fire that reached 1800 degrees and somehow escaped through an impossible window, or he was never in the kitchen to begin with, and the family is lying about his presence. "Those seem to be our only options," Sarah agreed, neither of which makes any sense. 20 yards away, hidden among the crowd of neighbors who had gathered to watch the excitement, Arabella Figg stood perfectly still and observed everything with sharp, calculating eyes. To the casual observer, she appeared to be nothing more than another concerned resident, her grey hair slightly disheveled, and her housecoat thrown hastily over her nightgown. But Mrs. Figg was not what she appeared to be, and she understood exactly what had happened at number 4 Privet Drive. The fire patterns, the impossible heat, the clean smell that lingered in the air despite the destruction, all of it pointed to one unmistakable conclusion. Phoenix fire. She had seen it before, decades ago, during the dark days when Albus Dumbledore's Phoenix Forks had fought alongside the Order of the Phoenix against Voldemort's forces. There was no mistaking that distinctive smell, or the way Phoenix fire burned with such intensity, yet somehow remained contained within chosen boundaries. But phoenixes were extraordinarily rare, magical creatures, and there had been no phoenix at number 4 Privet Drive that morning. There had only been Harry Potter, the boy she had been tasked to watch over for the past 8 years, the boy who was supposed to be safe with his relatives until his Hogwarts letter arrived, the boy who had somehow vanished without a trace from a kitchen consumed by phoenix fire. Mrs. Figg had a terrible suspicion about what that meant, and if she was correct, the implications would shake the entire wizarding world to its foundations. She needed to contact Dumbledore immediately. While Mrs. Figg slipped quietly away from the crowd to send an urgent owl message, Dudley Dursley sat in the back of a police car, ostensibly being interviewed about the morning's events, but actually scrolling through the video he had captured on his mobile phone. His green hair had finally begun to fade, returning to its normal blonde color in uneven patches that made him look like he was suffering from some exotic scalp disease. But Dudley barely noticed his hair anymore, too fascinated by what his phone had recorded. The video was extraordinary, crystal clear despite the chaos of the moment. It showed every detail of Harry's transformation from beginning to end. The golden glow that had started beneath his cousin's skin, the way his bones had reshaped themselves, the magnificent wings that had burst from his shoulder blades in a shower of brilliant feathers. Most incredible of all was the moment when Harry had opened his beak and sung, filling the kitchen with music that made Dudley's phone speakers vibrate with frequencies they had not been designed to reproduce. It looked exactly like the special effects from the fantasy films Dudley loved to watch, except this was real. This had happened in his kitchen to his freakish cousin, right in front of his eyes, and he had captured every second of it. Dudley was not a particularly bright child, but he was cunning in the way that bullies often were. He understood instinctively that this video was valuable, though he was not yet certain how to capitalize on that value. His first impulse was to post it online immediately, to share it with his friends and watch it go viral across social media. But something held him back, some dim awareness that this was bigger than a simple prank or attention-seeking stunt. People would want this video. Important people, perhaps. People who might be willing to pay significant money for proof that magic was real. Dudley saved the video to 3 different cloud storage services and then deleted it from his phone's local memory. Whatever happened next, whatever came of this strange morning, he wanted to be certain that Harry's transformation was preserved for posterity. And profit. Meanwhile, 15 miles away in a small office building that appeared from the outside to house a failing accounting firm, Emergency Response Team Alpha of the Ministry of Magic's Obliviation Squad was receiving the kind of alert that made experienced wizards reach for strong tea and stronger headache remedies. The Trace, the magical monitoring system that tracked underage magic throughout Britain, had suffered what could only be described as a complete nervous breakdown at approximately 8:30 that morning. Every sensor within a 50-mile radius of Little Whinging had simultaneously registered magical signatures so powerful that they had overloaded the detection equipment. The readings were still climbing, hours after the initial event, suggesting that whatever had happened was continuing to generate magical energy at unprecedented levels. Senior Obliviator Malcolm Hendricks stared at the printouts covering his desk and tried to make sense of readings that seemed to violate several fundamental laws of magical physics. According to the instruments, someone or something had performed magic equivalent to a dozen fully qualified wizards, casting at maximum power for several minutes straight. But the trace indicated that the magic had originated from a single source, someone classified as an underage wizard living at number 4 Privet Drive. Harry Potter. The name on the files made Hendricks pause. Everyone in the Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes knew about Harry Potter, of course. The boy who lived was monitored more closely than any other underage wizard in Britain, both for his protection and for the protection of those around him. Accidental magic from someone of his power level could be catastrophic if left unchecked. But this was not accidental magic. The readings suggested controlled, purposeful spellcasting of a sophistication that would challenge a master-level wizard. It was impossible for an 8-year-old child, even one as famous as Harry Potter, to produce magical effects on this scale. Unless something had gone very, very wrong. Hendrix reached for his emergency communication crystal and activated the direct line to the minister's office. This was beyond his authority to handle alone. If Harry Potter had somehow accessed his full magical potential 8 years ahead of schedule, the consequences could reshape the entire wizarding world. The crystal flared to life, projecting Minister Cornelius Fudge's round, worried face into the air above Hendrix's desk. The minister looked as though he had not slept well, and his normally neat hair was disheveled in a way that suggested he had been running his fingers through it repeatedly. "Malcolm," Fudge said without preamble, "please tell me you have good news about the situation in Little Whinging." "I'm afraid not, Minister," Hendrix replied grimly. "The magical readings are still climbing, and our preliminary investigation suggests that the Potter boy is no longer at his registered address. The Muggle authorities are treating this as a missing person case, but our analysts believe something far more significant has occurred." Fudge's face grew pale. "How significant are we talking about, Malcolm?" "The readings suggest a magical transformation of unprecedented scope, Minister. Our best guess is that young Potter has somehow achieved an Animagus transformation, despite being years away from the legal age for such magic. More concerning still, the magical signature matches no known Animagus form in our records." Fudge was quiet for several seconds, his small eyes darting back and forth as he processed the implications. An unregistered Animagus transformation by the most famous wizard in Britain, occurring in full view of Muggle witnesses, with magical readings that defied conventional understanding. The potential for exposure of the wizarding world was enormous. "What are our containment options?" he asked finally. "Limited," Hendrix admitted. "The Muggle authorities are already investigating, and their forensic capabilities have advanced significantly in recent years. Standard memory modification protocols may not be sufficient to contain this level of exposure. Additionally, if Potter has indeed achieved Animagus transformation, he could be anywhere by now. Magical creatures can travel vast distances quickly, and our tracking capabilities would be severely limited." Fudge rubbed his temples, a gesture Hendrix had seen many times during his career, but never with this level of visible distress. "Contact Dumbledore immediately," the minister ordered. "If anyone can locate Potter and contain this situation, it's him. And Malcolm, this information does not leave your department. If word spreads that we've lost control of Harry Potter, the political consequences could be catastrophic." Hendrix nodded grimly and terminated the connection. He had dealt with magical accidents and catastrophes for 15 years, everything from dragon breakouts to time-turner malfunctions to the occasional demon summoning. But he had never faced anything quite like this. An 8-year-old boy with power levels that rivaled the most accomplished adult wizards, loose somewhere in Britain with abilities that no one fully understood. If they were very lucky, they might locate Potter before anyone else realized what had happened. If they were unlucky, they might be dealing with the exposure of the entire wizarding world to Muggle authorities who were increasingly difficult to fool or intimidate. As Hendrix began drafting urgent messages to every relevant department head in the ministry, he could not shake the feeling that they were already too late. Whatever had happened at number 4 Privet Drive that morning had changed everything, and there was no going back to the carefully maintained status quo that had protected the wizarding world's secrets for centuries. Meanwhile, in the ancient stone corridors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his carved desk in the headmaster's office and listened to Fawkes sing the most mournful song the Phoenix had ever produced. The magnificent bird perched on his golden stand near the window, his usually brilliant plumage dulled with distress, his liquid eyes fixed on something beyond the castle grounds that only he could see. Dumbledore had heard Fawkes sing many different songs over their decades together. Songs of joy and triumph, songs of warning and alarm, songs of comfort during the darkest hours of the war against Voldemort. But this song was unlike anything the ancient Phoenix had ever voiced, filled with a longing and recognition that made Dumbledore's heart ache with nameless dread. It was the song phoenixes sang when they sensed one of their own kind. But that was impossible. Fawkes was the only phoenix in Britain, possibly the only phoenix in all of Europe. Dumbledore had spent decades studying magical creatures, and he knew that phoenixes were among the rarest beings in existence. The idea that another phoenix existed, especially one close enough for Fawkes to sense, contradicted everything he understood about these magnificent creatures. The arrival of Mrs. Figg's owl provided a partial answer to the mystery, but one that raised far more disturbing questions. Her message was brief but explosive in its implications. Phoenix fire had consumed the kitchen at number 4 Privet Drive. Harry Potter was missing. The Dursleys were telling impossible stories about transformation and flight. The Muggle authorities were baffled by evidence that defied conventional explanation. Dumbledore read the message 3 times, his blue eyes growing more troubled with each reading. Then he walked to the window where Fawkes perched, and gently stroked the phoenix's brilliant feathers. "Old friend," he said softly, "I fear we are facing something neither of us anticipated. If your song speaks true, if there is indeed another phoenix nearby, then young Harry's disappearance takes on far more significant implications than a simple case of accidental magic." Fawkes trilled softly, a sound filled with both sadness and hope. The ancient bird understood more about the nature of magic than most wizards ever would, and his songs carried knowledge that transcended human comprehension. Dumbledore activated the flue connection in his fireplace and stepped through the green flames to emerge in the kitchen of number 4 Privet Drive, where the lingering scent of phoenix fire told him everything he needed to know. The destruction was consistent with phoenix magic, but the magical signature was wrong. Too young, too raw, too impossibly powerful for a creature that should not exist. He knelt among the ashes and pressed his palm to the scorched floor, extending his magical senses to read the echoes of what had transpired. The images that flowed into his mind were extraordinary and terrifying in equal measure. Harry Potter, 8 years old and desperate, undergoing a transformation that should have been absolutely impossible. The boy's magic, normally contained by youth and inexperience, exploding outward in a display of power that rivaled Dumbledore's own. Most disturbing of all was the signature left behind. Harry's magic had changed during the transformation, had taken on characteristics that Dumbledore recognized but had never expected to encounter in a human wizard. Phoenix magic. Pure, undiluted, impossibly ancient phoenix magic flowing through the magical core of a child who should not have been capable of such a thing. Dumbledore rose slowly, his expression grave as he contemplated the implications. If Harry Potter had somehow achieved Phoenix Animagus transformation, it represented a development that could reshape the entire magical world. Phoenix Animagi were theoretical beings, discussed in ancient texts but never confirmed to exist. The magic required for such a transformation was considered beyond the capabilities of human wizards. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Harry Potter had transformed into a phoenix and flown away, leaving behind destruction that testified to power levels that defied conventional understanding. The boy who lived had become something far more significant and dangerous than anyone had ever imagined. And now he was loose somewhere in the world, possessing abilities that no one fully understood and magical power that could challenge the established order of wizarding society. Dumbledore stepped back through the flue to his office, where Fawkes was still singing his mournful song of recognition and loss. The phoenix looked at his longtime companion with liquid eyes that seemed to contain centuries of wisdom and sorrow. "Yes, old friend," Dumbledore said quietly. "I fear you are right. Harry Potter has become something unprecedented, and the world will never be the same. The question now is whether we can find him before others realize what he has become, and whether, when we do find him, he will still remember that he was once a boy who simply wanted to belong somewhere." Outside the window, storm clouds gathered over the Scottish Highlands, and Fawkes sang on, his voice carrying across the magical world like a herald's call. somewhere in the distance. Too faint for human ears, but clear as crystal to phoenix senses, another voice answered. Young and uncertain, but unmistakably phoenix, singing a song of freedom and fear and power finally unleashed. The hunt for Harry Potter had begun, but the boy they sought was no longer entirely human. And that changed everything. Saturday morning at Little Whinging Primary School was usually a time of blessed silence, broken only by the occasional sound of traffic from the nearby roads and the distant hum of suburban life continuing its predictable patterns. But this particular Saturday found Miss Sarah Anderson unlocking the front doors of the school at 7:30 in the morning, her arms laden with marking folders, and her mind already focused on the lesson plans she needed to prepare for the coming week. Sarah Anderson was 26 years old and had been teaching Year 3 at Little Whinging Primary for 4 years. She had chosen teaching because she believed, with the fierce conviction, that only comes with youth and idealism, that education could change lives, that every child deserved an advocate, someone who would notice when they struggled and celebrate when they succeeded, someone who would ask the difficult questions that other adults preferred to ignore. In her 4 years at the school, she had encountered every type of child imaginable. The bright ones who absorbed knowledge like sponges, the struggling ones who needed extra patience and different approaches, the troubled ones whose problems at home spilled over into their schoolwork like oil stains on clean paper. But none of her students had captured her professional attention quite like Harry Potter. Harry was a puzzle, wrapped in a mystery, and tied up with bureaucratic red tape. Brilliant beyond his years in some subjects, yet showing gaps in basic knowledge that suggested severe educational neglect. Polite and well-behaved in class, yet bearing the subtle signs of chronic stress that Sarah had learned to recognize during her social work training. Most telling of all were the injuries that appeared and disappeared with suspicious regularity, always accompanied by increasingly elaborate explanations about clumsiness and accidents. Sarah had made 3 reports to social services about Harry Potter over the past 2 years. Each time, she had been told that the boy's situation had been investigated and found to be satisfactory. Each time, she had been politely but firmly reminded that teachers should focus on education rather than making unfounded accusations against respectable families. Each time, she had felt the familiar frustration of an adult who could see a child in need, but lacked the authority or evidence to help effectively. This morning, however, as she climbed the stairs to her second-floor classroom, Sarah was thinking about the news reports she had seen on the early morning broadcast. A house fire in the Dursley family's neighborhood, with conflicting reports about injuries and a missing child. The news anchor had been careful to respect privacy laws, but Sarah's heart had clenched with familiar dread when she heard the street name. She unlocked her classroom door and stepped inside, breathing in the familiar scent of chalk dust and children's books that had become as comforting to her as her own home. The walls were covered with colorful displays of student work, maps and posters designed to spark curiosity, and photographs from various class trips and activities. In one corner stood a reading area, with beanbag chairs and soft cushions where children could retreat when they needed quiet time. In another corner was Sarah's desk, perpetually cluttered with marking and lesson plans and the small gifts that children brought their teachers. It was there, sitting cross-legged on the carpet beside her desk, that she found Harry Potter. The boy looked terrible. His clothes, obviously not his own, hung loose on his thin frame and bore the musty smell of charity shop storage. His usually unruly black hair was even more disheveled than normal, sticking up at odd angles as though he had been sleeping rough. Most concerning of all were his eyes, those distinctive green eyes that seemed far too old and wise for an 8-year-old face. They were red-rimmed and exhausted, carrying a weight that no child should have to bear. "Harry," Sarah said softly, setting down her folders and approaching him slowly, as one might approach a wounded animal. "What are you doing here, sweetheart? Are you all right?" Harry looked up at her, and for a moment his carefully constructed composure cracked enough to show the frightened child beneath. "Miss Anderson," he said, his voice hoarse and uncertain. "I didn't know where else to go. I thought maybe you wouldn't mind if I waited here until school starts on Monday." Sarah's heart clenched at the resigned hope in his voice, the assumption that he would have to wait until Monday to see another friendly face. She knelt beside him on the carpet, noting the way he instinctively leaned away from her approach, while simultaneously seeming to crave human contact. "Harry," she said gently, "it's Saturday morning. School doesn't start for 2 days. What happened? Where are your aunt and uncle?" The simple question seemed to shatter something inside him. Harry's face crumpled, and suddenly he was crying with the helpless desperation of a child who had been holding back tears for far too long. Not the loud, dramatic sobbing that children usually produced when seeking attention, but the quiet, heartbroken weeping of someone who had learned that crying rarely brought comfort. Sarah did not hesitate. She gathered the small boy into her arms, feeling how thin he had become since she had last seen him before the summer holidays. He felt fragile, as though he might break apart entirely if she did not hold him together through sheer force of will. "It's all right," she murmured, stroking his hair and letting him cry against her shoulder. "Whatever happened, you're safe now. I'm here and I'm going to help you. But I need you to tell me what's wrong so I can figure out the best way to do that." It took several minutes for Harry's tears to subside enough for him to speak coherently. When he finally pulled back from her embrace, his green eyes were bright with unshed tears and something that looked like desperate hope. "They hate me," he said simply. "Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia have always hated me. But yesterday morning something happened and now they really hate me. They think I'm dangerous." Sarah kept her expression neutral, despite the alarm bells ringing in her head. "What happened yesterday, Harry? Can you tell me about it?" Harry was quiet for a long moment, clearly wrestling with how much to reveal. Sarah had seen this before, with children who had been threatened into silence about abuse, taught that telling the truth would only make their situations worse. "Uncle Vernon was angry because something happened to Dudley's hair," Harry said finally. "It turned green overnight, and he thought I had done it somehow. He wanted to punish me by making me put my hand on the stove burner." Sarah's blood ran cold. She had suspected physical abuse for years, but hearing it confirmed so matter-of-factly made her feel sick with rage and helplessness. "Did he hurt you, Harry?" Harry shook his head, then paused as though reconsidering his answer. "Not exactly," he said. "Something else happened instead. Something strange." "Strange how?" Harry studied her face carefully, as though trying to gauge whether she could be trusted with whatever he was about to reveal. "Miss Anderson," he said slowly, "do you believe in things that aren't supposed to be possible?" Sarah had been trained to recognize the signs of childhood trauma, including the way children sometimes created elaborate fantasy scenarios to cope with experiences too traumatic to process normally. But she had also learned that dismissing a child's account, even when it seemed impossible, was often the fastest way to lose their trust entirely. "I believe that children sometimes experience things that adults have trouble understanding," she said carefully. "And I believe that your truth is important, no matter how strange it might seem to other people." "Can you tell me what happened?" Harry took a shaky breath and seemed to steel himself for her reaction. "When Uncle Vernon tried to burn my hand, I got scared and angry, and something happened inside me. I started glowing, and then I changed into something else, something with wings and feathers and claws." "A bird?" Sarah asked gently. "Not just any bird," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "A phoenix. I turned into a phoenix, Miss Anderson. I could fly and sing and make fire that didn't hurt me, but burned everything else. I flew out through the kitchen window and left them all behind." Sarah was quiet for several seconds, processing what Harry had told her. On the surface, it was clearly impossible. Children did not transform into mythical creatures, no matter how traumatic their circumstances. But there was something in Harry's voice, a quiet certainty and lack of dramatic embellishment, that gave her pause. More importantly, whether or not the transformation had actually occurred, Harry believed it had happened. And if he had been through something traumatic enough to create such a vivid, dissociative episode, he needed help immediately. "Harry," she said carefully, "that sounds like a very frightening experience, whether it happened exactly the way you remember it or not. What I need to know right now is whether you're hurt and whether you're safe. Have you been sleeping rough since yesterday?" Harry nodded miserably. "I found some clothes in a charity collection box behind the church, and I slept in the playground at the park. I was going to try to find somewhere else to stay, but I don't really know anyone except you and the people at school." The matter-of-fact way he described sleeping rough at age 8 made Sarah's chest tight with protective fury. She had been right about the abuse all along, and the system had failed this child repeatedly. Well, not anymore. Not on her watch. "Harry," she said firmly, "I want you to listen to me very carefully. You are not going back to your aunt and uncle's house. Not today, not ever, unless you want to, and it's safe for you to do so. I'm going to call some people who can help us make sure you have somewhere safe to stay, and I'm going to make sure that what happened to you never happens again. Do you understand?" Harry stared at her with wide, disbelieving eyes. "You believe me?" he asked. "About my uncle trying to hurt me?" "Of course I believe you," Sarah said without hesitation. "I've suspected for a long time that things weren't right at home for you. I should have done more to help you sooner, and I'm sorry that I didn't. But we're going to fix this now." She stood up and walked to her desk, pulling out her mobile phone and the emergency contact list that all teachers were required to maintain. The weekend duty social worker would not appreciate being called on a Saturday morning, but Sarah had reached the point where she no longer cared about bureaucratic convenience. Before she could dial, however, Harry's voice stopped her. "Miss Anderson." "What about the other thing? About me changing into a phoenix?" Sarah turned back to look at him, this thin, exhausted child who had just entrusted her with what might be the most important secret of his young life. She could dismiss his account, explain it away as trauma-induced fantasy, and focus solely on the practical matter of getting him into protective custody. That would be the rational, professional response. But something in Harry's eyes, some mixture of hope and terror, told her that how she responded to his transformation story would determine whether he ever trusted another adult again. "Harry," she said slowly, returning to kneel beside him, "I want you to show me." "Show you what?" "The Phoenix transformation. If it really happened, if you can really change into a phoenix, I want you to show me." Harry's eyes widened with surprise, and something that might have been relief. "You want me to prove it?" "I want you to trust me enough to share all of yourself," she said. "Not just the parts that are easy for adults to understand and accept. If you can become a phoenix, then that's part of who you are, and I want to know all of who you are." Harry was quiet for a long moment, clearly torn between hope and fear. "What if you get scared?" he asked finally. "What if you decide I'm too dangerous and don't want to help me anymore?" Sarah reached out and took his small hands in hers, feeling how cold his fingers were despite the warm morning air. "Harry," she said firmly, "there is nothing you could show me, nothing you could tell me, nothing you could be that would make me stop caring about you or stop wanting to help you. You are a child who needs protection and support, and that's not going to change no matter what else you might be able to do." Harry studied her face for another moment, then nodded slowly. "Okay," he said. "But maybe we should close the classroom door first, just in case someone sees." Sarah went to close and lock the classroom door, then returned to where Harry was standing in the center of the room. He looked small and vulnerable, But there was something else now, a sense of barely contained power that seemed to shimmer around him like heat waves rising from summer pavement. "I'm not sure how to control it yet," Harry said apologetically. "It only happened once before, and I was too scared to think about what I was doing. I'll try to be careful." "Take your time," Sarah said, though her heart was racing with anticipation and no small amount of fear. "Whatever you need to do." Harry closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, clearly trying to center himself. Sarah watched in fascination as his breathing slowed and his face relaxed into an expression of deep concentration. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, gradually, she began to notice changes. Harry's skin started to glow with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep inside him. It was subtle at first, barely visible, but it grew brighter as Sarah watched. The temperature in the room began to rise, not uncomfortably but noticeably, as though someone had turned on a gentle heating system. Then Harry opened his eyes, and Sarah gasped. His eyes were no longer simply green. They blazed with an inner fire that was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, ancient and wise beyond anything that should exist in a child's face. When he smiled at her, she could see that his teeth had become sharper, more predatory, designed for a completely different type of creature. The transformation accelerated from that point. Harry's hair began to shift from black to brilliant gold and red, individual strands seeming to catch fire without being consumed. His skin took on the same golden hue, and Sarah could see the outline of what looked like feathers beginning to emerge along his arms and neck. Most remarkable of all were the wings. They sprouted from Harry's shoulder blades with fluid grace, magnificent things covered in feathers that seemed to be made of liquid gold and sunset fire. As they expanded, filling most of the classroom, Sarah could see the intricate patterns in the plumage, designed so complex and beautiful that they seemed to have been crafted by an artist rather than grown naturally. When the transformation was complete, a phoenix stood where Harry Potter had been just moments before. Not a large phoenix, clearly still young despite the power radiating from his form, but unmistakably a creature of legend and magic. His song, when he opened his beak to greet her, was the most beautiful sound Sarah had ever heard. Pure liquid music that seemed to resonate in her bones and make her heart race with joy and wonder. The phoenix that had been Harry looked at her with those blazing green eyes and tilted his magnificent head as though asking for her reaction. Sarah found that she was crying, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to process what she had just witnessed. "My God," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of her own heartbeat. "Harry, you're magnificent." The phoenix trilled softly, a sound of pure happiness, and began the transformation back to human form. The process was slower and more controlled this time, Harry clearly concentrating on maintaining his shape rather than letting instinct guide the change. When he was fully human again, he looked exhausted, but somehow more at peace than Sarah had ever seen him. "You believe me now," he said, though it was more a statement than a question. Sarah wiped her tears and nodded, still struggling to find words for what she had experienced. "I believe you," she said finally. "And Harry, what you just showed me, what you can do, it's not dangerous or wrong or something to be afraid of. It's extraordinary." Harry's face lit up with the first genuine smile she had ever seen from him. "Really? You're not scared?" "I'm amazed," Sarah said honestly. "I'm overwhelmed and confused and probably in shock, but I'm not scared. Not of you. Never of you." She pulled out her phone again, but hesitated before dialing. "Harry," she said slowly, "when I call social services, when we start the process of getting you somewhere safe, do you want me to tell them about your transformation ability?" Harry considered this carefully. "Will they believe you?" "Probably not," Sarah admitted. "And if they don't believe me, they might think I'm having some kind of breakdown and remove me from your case entirely." Then maybe we should keep it between us for now, Harry said. At least until we figure out what it all means, and whether there are other people who might understand. Sarah nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his suggestion, despite her instinct to share everything with the authorities. She dialed the emergency number for weekend social services and waited while the phone rang, her free hand resting protectively on Harry's shoulder. The conversation with the duty social worker, Margaret Stevens, was initially challenging. Weekend emergency calls were typically reserved for immediate physical danger, and convincing someone to authorize emergency placement based on a teacher's suspicions required careful explanation and not a little bureaucratic maneuvering. Mrs. Stevens, Sarah said firmly, I have an 8-year-old boy in my classroom who has been sleeping rough since yesterday after fleeing what he describes as an attempt by his guardian to burn his hands as punishment. He has no safe place to return to, and I have documented concerns about this family that date back 2 years. Has the child been medically examined? Mrs. Stevens asked. Are there visible injuries that would support his account? Not physical injuries from this specific incident, Sarah admitted, though I have photographed suspicious bruises and marks over the past 2 years that were dismissed during previous investigations. And where is the child now? Is he in immediate physical danger? He's with me at the school, and he's safe for the moment. But Mrs. Stevens, this child needs emergency placement today. He's exhausted, traumatized, and has nowhere to go. If we send him back to his guardians without proper investigation, I believe he will be in serious danger. There was a pause as Mrs. Stevens consulted her files and weekend placement options. Miss Anderson, she said finally, I can authorize temporary emergency foster care while we conduct a more thorough investigation. But this will require police involvement and a formal interview with the child. Are you prepared for that level of scrutiny? Absolutely, Sarah said without hesitation. This child deserves protection, and I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to ensure he gets it. Very well. I'll arrange for emergency placement with the Henderson family. They're our most experienced weekend foster carers. A police constable will need to interview the boy this afternoon, and we'll schedule a full case review for Monday morning. Can you transport the child to the placement, or do you need us to send someone? I can take him, Sarah said, looking down at Harry, who was listening intently to her side of the conversation. We'll meet you at the Henderson home in 2 hours. After ending the call, Sarah turned to Harry with a mixture of relief and apprehension. The easy part was over. Getting Harry into protective custody had been a matter of paperwork and persistence. The difficult part would be helping him navigate the complex emotions and practical challenges that came with being removed from the only home he had ever known, abusive though it had been. Harry, she said gently, you're going to stay with a foster family tonight. The Hendersons are good people who specialize in taking care of children who need temporary homes, while social services figures out more permanent arrangements. What about my aunt and uncle? Harry asked. Won't they want me back? Not if I have anything to say about it, Sarah replied firmly. And Harry, the police are going to want to talk to you about what happened. You'll need to tell them about your uncle trying to hurt you. But you don't have to mention anything about the transformation unless you want to. Harry nodded solemnly. What about school? Will I be able to come back here? That depends on where you end up living permanently, Sarah said. But Harry, whatever happens, wherever you go, I want you to remember something important. You are not alone anymore. You have people who care about you and want to help you. And what makes you special, what makes you different, those aren't things to be ashamed of. They're gifts, even the Phoenix thing. Especially the Phoenix thing, Sarah said with a smile. Phoenix are symbols of renewal and rebirth, Harry. They rise from ashes stronger and more beautiful than before. Maybe that's exactly what you're meant to do. Harry leaned against her side, and Sarah wrapped her arm around his thin shoulders. For the first time in his young life, he felt truly safe with an adult. Someone had seen all of him, the frightened boy and the powerful phoenix, and had chosen to protect rather than punish. As they prepared to leave the classroom together, Sarah made a mental note to research everything she could find about phoenix mythology and legends. If Harry was truly capable of transformation into such a creature, there might be others like him somewhere in the world. And if there were others, perhaps there were also people who could help him understand and control his abilities. But those were questions for another day. Today, her job was simply to be the adult that Harry Potter had never had before. Someone who believed him, protected him, and saw his extraordinary nature as a gift rather than a curse. As they walked through the empty school corridors toward her car, Harry slipped his small hand into hers, with the trust that only children could offer. Whatever happened next, whatever challenges they faced in the days and weeks to come, Sarah knew that this moment had changed both their lives forever. She had found her purpose as a teacher, and Harry had found his first real advocate. It was enough, for now. It was everything. The marble halls of Gringotts Wizarding Bank had witnessed many extraordinary events over the centuries, from the goblin rebellions of the 14th century to the break-in attempt by He Who Must Not Be Named just 7 years prior. But even by Gringotts standards, the emergency session convened in the deepest vaults on Sunday morning was unprecedented in both its urgency and its implications for the future of wizard-goblin relations. Account Manager Griphook sat at the head of the polished obsidian conference table, his sharp features more severe than usual as he reviewed the magical readings that had prompted this extraordinary meeting. Around him sat the senior leadership of Gringotts London, their dark eyes glittering with the mixture of excitement and concern that came with discovering something that could potentially reshape the magical world's understanding of inheritance law. The readings themselves were contained within a crystalline device that hummed with barely contained magical energy. Unlike wizard magic, which was detected through crude instruments that measured only the most basic magical signatures, goblin magic could distinguish between different types of power with scientific precision. What their sensors had detected emanating from Little Whinging was not merely powerful magic, it was magic of a type that should not exist in any human wizard. Phoenix magic. Director Ragnarok, ancient even by goblin standards, studied the readings with eyes that had seen the rise and fall of magical dynasties spanning centuries. In his experience, magical signatures as distinctive as Phoenix magic were as unique as fingerprints, impossible to fake or replicate. Yet the readings clearly showed Phoenix magic originating from a source registered in their system as Harry James Potter, age 8, human wizard. This presents us with several interesting possibilities, Ragnarok said, his gravelly voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Either our detection equipment has suffered a complete malfunction, which given its recent calibration seems highly unlikely, or young Potter has achieved something that our most learned magical theorists have declared impossible. Senior Cursebreaker Grimjaw leaned forward, his scarred hands clasped before him on the table. With respect, Director, there is a third possibility that we must consider. That Potter was never entirely human to begin with. The silence that followed this statement was profound. In goblin culture, magical bloodlines were tracked with obsessive precision going back hundreds of generations. The idea that the Potter family line might contain non-human heritage that had gone undetected for centuries challenged some of their most fundamental assumptions about magical genetics. Explain your reasoning, Grimjaw, Ragnarok commanded. The Phoenix magic signature is too pure, too concentrated to represent a recent magical awakening, Grimjaw replied. If Potter had simply developed unusual abilities, we would expect to see hybrid signatures, human magic adapted to mimic Phoenix characteristics. What we're detecting instead is pure Phoenix magic, indistinguishable from that produced by natural-born phoenixes. Account Manager Bloodfang, responsible for the Potter family accounts for the past 15 years, cleared his throat nervously. "There are other irregularities in the Potter account that might be relevant to this discussion," he said. "Irregularities that I have been instructed to overlook by direct order of Chief Warlock Dumbledore." Ragnok's expression darkened. "Elaborate." Bloodfang consulted his files, though his expression suggested he knew the contents by memory. Beginning 18 months after James and Lily Potter's deaths, monthly withdrawals have been made from the Potter Vault, totaling approximately 50,000 galleons per year. These withdrawals were authorized by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as young Potter's magical guardian, ostensibly for the boy's care and education. "That seems reasonable," Griphook observed. "Guardian expenses are not unusual for orphaned magical children. The withdrawals would indeed be reasonable," Bloodfang agreed, "if the money had been used for Potter's care. However, our tracking enchantments indicate that the funds were transferred to a Muggle bank account belonging to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, Potter's Muggle relatives, the same relatives who, according to ministry records, have repeatedly reported Potter as a burden and requested his removal from their custody. The implications of this revelation hit the assembled goblins like a physical blow. Under goblin law, the unauthorized misuse of inheritance funds was not merely theft, it was a form of magical contract violation that carried severe penalties, including the forfeiture of all assets held by the offending party. More disturbing still were the implications for Potter himself. If Dumbledore had been paying the Dursleys substantial sums to care for the boy, yet Potter had fled their custody in circumstances that suggested abuse and neglect, then either the Dursleys had been grossly misusing the funds, or Dumbledore had been aware of the boy's mistreatment and chosen to continue funding it. "This information changes our approach significantly," Ragnok said grimly. "If Potter has been the victim of financial exploitation, in addition to whatever circumstances led to his magical awakening, then Goblin law grants us not merely the right, but the obligation to intervene on his behalf." Senior legal advisor Sharptooth opened the massive tome of Goblin law that never left his side, its pages crackling with preservation charms that kept the ancient text legible despite centuries of use. Under Traditional Protocols, Section 12, Subsection 7, he read, "Any magical being demonstrating Phoenix characteristics is granted immediate adult status, regardless of chronological age, due to the inherent wisdom and power associated with Phoenix nature." "Meaning what, precisely?" Griphook asked. "Meaning that if Potter has indeed achieved Phoenix Animagus transformation, he is no longer legally a child under Goblin law," Sharptooth explained. "He would have the right to control his own financial affairs, choose his own guardians, and make binding magical contracts. More significantly, any previous agreements made on his behalf without his consent would be subject to immediate review and potential nullification." The assembled goblins exchanged meaningful glances. This was unprecedented territory, but it also represented an opportunity to challenge the wizard establishment's casual assumption that they could manipulate goblin-held assets without consequence. "I propose we approach Potter directly," Ragnok announced. "If he has indeed achieved Phoenix transformation, he deserves to know the truth about his financial situation and his legal options. If he has not, we will have satisfied our due diligence obligations and can return to normal banking procedures." Griphook nodded thoughtfully. "Our tracking enchantments show his last known location was at a Muggle residence in Little Whinging, registered as an emergency foster placement." "Shall I arrange for diplomatic contact?" "Use the formal protocols," Ragnok instructed. "Full ceremonial approach, as befits a potential Phoenix being. If we are correct about Potter's transformation, he will instinctively recognize and respond to proper magical courtesy. If we are wrong, the worst that happens is we confuse a human child, which is hardly our most pressing concern." An hour later, Griphook materialized in the garden of the Henderson family home via Goblin Portkey, his formal diplomatic robes rustling in the afternoon breeze. The house itself was a modest suburban dwelling, indistinguishable from thousands of others throughout Britain, but Griphook's enhanced senses immediately detected the lingering traces of phoenix magic that clung to the property like invisible smoke. Potter was here, and more importantly, Potter had been using his abilities recently. Griphook approached the front door with the measured dignity that Goblin diplomatic protocol required, his ceremonial staff of office gleaming in the afternoon sunlight. The staff was more than mere decoration. It was a focus for Goblin magic that would allow him to assess Potter's true nature without the crude invasiveness that wizard magic required. The woman who answered the door was middle-aged and pleasant-faced, with the slightly harried expression of someone who had spent her life caring for children in crisis. Her name was Martha Henderson, and she had been providing emergency foster care for nearly 20 years. In that time, she had housed hundreds of children, each with their own unique traumas and needs. But she had never housed a child quite like Harry Potter. "Good afternoon," Griphook said, inclining his head in the formal bow that Goblin culture reserved for diplomatic encounters. "I am Account Manager Griphook of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. I seek audience with Lord Harry Potter on matters of urgent financial and legal significance." Martha Henderson blinked in surprise, clearly struggling to process the appearance of a formally dressed goblin on her doorstep, requesting to speak with her newest foster child about banking matters. "I'm sorry," she said slowly, "but Harry is only 8 years old. Surely any financial matters should be discussed with his legal guardians." Griphook's smile was sharp and knowing. "Mrs. Henderson, I fear that young Potter's legal status may be rather more complicated than his chronological age would suggest. The matters I wish to discuss with him relate directly to his inheritance rights and his magical abilities. May I speak with him, please?" The mention of magical abilities made Martha's expression change from confusion to something approaching alarm. She had been briefed by social services about Harry's unusual background, including vague references to a family history involving unexplained incidents and the boy's own claims about supernatural experiences. But she had assumed these were simply the fantasies of a traumatized child, not literal descriptions of magical abilities. "I think perhaps you should speak with Miss Anderson first," Martha said uncertainly. "She's the teacher who brought Harry here, and she's been very involved in his case. She's inside with him now." "That would be most appropriate," Griphook agreed. "May I come in?" Martha led him through the comfortable sitting room to a sunny conservatory at the back of the house, where Harry Potter sat at a small table with a young woman who could only be the teacher. They were working on what appeared to be basic mathematics, though Griphook noted with interest that the problems on the paper were far more advanced than what most 8-year-olds would attempt. Harry looked up as they entered, and Griphook felt the unmistakable recognition that passed between phoenix-touched beings. The boy's green eyes blazed with inner fire for just a moment before returning to their normal human appearance, but that moment was enough to confirm everything that Gringotts sensors had detected. Harry Potter was indeed a phoenix animagus, impossibly young but undeniably powerful. "Miss Anderson, I presume," Griphook said, bowing formally to the teacher. "I am Account Manager Griphook from Gringotts Bank. I have come to discuss certain financial irregularities concerning young Potter's inheritance, as well as to inform him of his rights under Goblin law." Sarah Anderson had been expecting something like this ever since Harry had demonstrated his transformation abilities in her classroom. Children who could turn into mythical creatures clearly lived in a world that extended far beyond normal social services and educational systems. She had spent the previous evening researching everything she could find about magical communities and banking institutions, though most of what she found seemed to be dismissed as fantasy or folklore by mainstream sources. "Harry," she said gently, "this gentleman says he's from a magical bank. Do you know anything about that?" Harry studied Griphook with the careful assessment that had become second nature during his years with the Dursleys. But unlike his response to most adults, Harry felt no instinctive fear or wariness when looking at the goblin. Instead, there was something that felt almost like recognition, as though he was seeing someone who might actually understand what he was going through. "Are you here because of what happened yesterday?" Harry asked directly. Griphook's respect for the boy increased immediately. Direct questions deserved direct answers, and evasion was a luxury that neither of them could afford given the seriousness of the situation. "Partially," Griphook replied. "Our magical senses detected your transformation, young Potter, and the nature of that transformation has certain legal implications that we are obligated to discuss with you. But we also have concerns about the management of your financial inheritance that require your immediate attention." Sarah leaned forward, her protective instincts immediately engaged. Harry is 8 years old and has been through a traumatic experience. Whatever financial matters you need to discuss can surely wait until he's older, and better able to understand them. Griphook's expression grew grave. "Miss Anderson, with respect, the financial matters I need to discuss directly relate to the circumstances that led to Potter's trauma. If my suspicions are correct, he has been the victim of significant financial exploitation that has funded the very abuse he recently escaped." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He had always known that the Dursleys hated him, had always assumed that their resentment stemmed from being stuck with an unwanted child they were forced to care for out of family obligation. The idea that someone had actually been paying them to house him, that his own money had been funding his mistreatment, was almost too awful to contemplate. "Someone's been paying them to keep me?" he asked, his voice small and shocked. Griphook nodded grimly. "According to our records, your magical guardian has been withdrawing substantial sums from your inheritance vault and transferring them to your Muggle relatives. 50,000 galleons per year, ostensibly for your care and education." "How much is that in regular money?" Sarah asked, though something in Griphook's tone suggested the answer would be disturbing. "Approximately £200,000 per year," Griphook replied. "Far more than would be required for the care of any child, even accounting for the highest standards of accommodation and education." Harry stared at Griphook in stunned silence. £200,000 per year, and he had been sleeping in a cupboard, wearing Dudley's cast-off clothes, and going to bed hungry more often than not. The Dursleys had been paid a fortune to care for him, and had instead treated him like an unwanted burden to be hidden away and forgotten. Miss Anderson's face had gone white with rage. She had seen many cases of financial exploitation targeting vulnerable children, but never on this scale or with such clear evidence of the funds being misused. "Mr. Griphook," she said, her voice carefully controlled, "what legal options does Harry have in this situation? Under Goblin law, which governs all magical inheritances, Potter now has several interesting choices," Griphook explained. "First, he can demand a full accounting of all funds withdrawn from his vaults, with explanations of how each withdrawal was used. Second, he can request the immediate cessation of all unauthorized access to his accounts. Third, and most significantly, he can invoke Phoenix protocols." "What are Phoenix protocols?" Harry asked. Griphook smiled, the expression sharp and predatory. "Under ancient magical law, any being capable of Phoenix transformation is granted immediate legal majority, regardless of chronological age. Phoenix are considered to possess inherent wisdom and power that transcends normal human development. If you choose to invoke these protocols, you would gain full control over your financial affairs, the right to choose your own guardians, and the authority to pursue legal action against those who have wronged you." Harry looked at Sarah, then back at Griphook, trying to process the magnitude of what was being offered. For 8 years, he had been powerless, dependent on adults who either couldn't or wouldn't protect him. Now he was being told that he could take control of his own life in ways he had never imagined possible. "What would happen to Professor Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "If I invoke these protocols and demand an accounting of the money?" "That would depend on what our investigation reveals," Griphook replied honestly. "If he can demonstrate that the funds were used appropriately for your benefit, despite evidence to the contrary, he might face only financial penalties. If, however, we find evidence of deliberate misappropriation or willful negligence in your care, the consequences could be far more severe. How severe? Under Goblin law, the theft of inheritance funds is considered a form of magical contract violation. Penalties can include asset forfeiture, banishment from all Goblin-controlled facilities, and, in extreme cases, magical binding to prevent future abuses of power. Sarah felt a surge of fierce satisfaction at the thought of Dumbledore facing consequences for his apparent negligence. She had spent her career fighting bureaucratic systems that failed to protect vulnerable children, and the idea that there was a legal framework that actually took such failures seriously was almost too good to believe. "Harry," she said gently, "this is your choice to make. But I want you to know that whatever you decide, I'll support you completely." Harry was quiet for several minutes, clearly weighing his options. The safe choice would be to remain a child, to let the adults handle everything, and hope that they would make better decisions than the adults who had controlled his life so far. But safety had been an illusion for him anyway, and the power to protect himself was being offered freely. "I want to invoke the Phoenix Protocols," he said finally. "I want control over my own life." Griphook's smile was sharp and approving. "Very well, Lord Potter. The transformation begins now." He reached into his robes and withdrew a crystal tablet covered in goblin runes, its surface glowing with soft golden light. "This is a formal legal contract recognizing your status as a Phoenix Animagus and granting you all rights and privileges therein. Place your hand on the crystal and state your full name and your intention to claim majority status under Goblin law." Harry placed his small hand on the warm crystal, feeling the magic within it respond to his touch. The runes began to glow brighter, and he could sense the power of ancient laws awakening to acknowledge his claim. "I am Harry James Potter," he said, his voice growing stronger with each word, "and I invoke Phoenix Protocols to claim my legal majority under Goblin law. I reject all previous guardianship arrangements made without my consent, and I demand full control over my financial inheritance and personal affairs." The crystal flared with brilliant light, and Harry felt something shift inside him, as though chains he had not known existed were suddenly falling away. When the light faded, Griphook bowed deeply, the gesture carrying real respect rather than mere politeness. "Welcome to legal adulthood, Lord Potter," he said formally. "How would you like to proceed?" Harry looked at Sarah, drawing strength from her encouraging smile. "I want to know everything about my inheritance and how it's been managed. I want the payments to the Dursleys stopped immediately, and I want to pursue legal action against anyone who knew about my situation and chose not to help." "It will be done," Griphook promised. "I will also arrange for Goblin protection during the transition period. Given the magnitude of the changes you're implementing, there may be those who attempt to reverse your decisions through coercion or manipulation." "What kind of protection?" Sarah asked, her teacher's instincts immediately focused on Harry's safety. "Goblin magic is older and in many ways more powerful than wizard magic," Griphook explained. "Our protection wards cannot be breached by conventional magical means, and our legal contracts cannot be broken by those who lack the authority to have made them in the first place." He turned back to Harry, his expression serious but respectful. "Lord Potter, I must ask you to demonstrate your Phoenix abilities once more, purely for the legal record. Our contracts require visual confirmation of claimed magical abilities." Harry nodded and closed his eyes, reaching for the power that had saved him from Vernon's cruelty just days before. This time the transformation came easier, flowing through him like warm honey rather than exploding outward like a barely contained fire. Within moments, a young phoenix stood in the Henderson family conservatory, his golden feathers catching the afternoon sunlight, and his green eyes blazing with inner fire. Griphook bowed deeply to the phoenix, then straightened as Harry returned to human form. "The documentation is complete," he announced. "Lord Potter, you are now legally recognized as an adult under Goblin law, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. Harry felt a surge of emotion that was almost overwhelming. For the first time in his life, he had real power to change his circumstances. No one could lock him in a cupboard again. No one could steal his money to fund his own abuse. No one could make decisions about his life without his consent. "Thank you," he said simply, though the words felt inadequate for the magnitude of what Griphook had just given him. The goblin smiled, and for once it was neither sharp nor predatory, but genuinely warm. "It is my honor to serve, Lord Potter. Welcome to the world of magical adulthood. Use your power wisely." As Griphook prepared to depart, Harry felt something shift in his understanding of himself and his place in the world. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the unwanted boy who lived in a cupboard. He was Lord Potter, Phoenix Animagus, with the legal authority to protect himself and the financial means to choose his own path forward. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter was truly free. And that changed everything. The evening air in Little Whinging carried the scent of approaching rain and the subtle electric tension that often preceded thunderstorms, but the storm brewing in the Henderson family's sitting room had nothing to do with meteorological phenomena, and everything to do with the collision of two magical worlds that had operated on vastly different principles for centuries. Albus Dumbledore stood in the center of the modest suburban room, his tall frame draped in deep blue robes that seemed to absorb the light from the overhead lamps. His usually twinkling eyes were grave behind his half-moon spectacles, and his long silver beard hung motionless in the still air. Beside him, Professor McGonagall maintained the rigid posture of someone struggling to contain emotions that threatened to overwhelm her professional composure. They had arrived via apparition, just moments after the Goblin protection wards had detected their magical signatures approaching the property. The wards themselves were invisible to most magical beings, but Dumbledore's experienced senses could feel them humming with power that was both ancient and utterly uncompromising. Whatever the goblins had done to protect Harry Potter, it was magic of a sophistication that even he found impressive. Across the room, Harry sat in an overstuffed armchair that made him look even younger than his 8 years, though the steady confidence in his green eyes suggested someone far older than his chronological age. Miss Anderson occupied the chair beside him, one hand resting protectively on his shoulder, while Martha Henderson hovered nervously near the kitchen doorway. Account Manager Griphook stood behind Harry's chair like a formally dressed guardian, his dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore with an expression of barely contained hostility. The silence stretched between them like a drawn bowstring, heavy with unspoken accusations and the weight of revelations that had fundamentally altered the balance of power in the room. "Harry," Dumbledore said finally, his voice carrying the gentle warmth that had comforted countless students over the decades. "My dear boy, I cannot tell you how relieved I am to find you safe. When I learned of the unfortunate incident at your relative's home, I feared the worst." Harry studied the elderly wizard with the careful assessment that had become second nature during his years with the Dursleys. There was something about Dumbledore's tone, a practiced quality to his concern, that reminded Harry uncomfortably of social workers who spoke about his welfare while taking notes that would ultimately change nothing. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was about to confront. "I think we need to talk about the money." Dumbledore's expression flickered almost imperceptibly, a momentary crack in his grandfatherly facade that revealed something more calculating beneath. "Money, my boy. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean." Griphook stepped forward, his ceremonial robes rustling with each movement. "Perhaps I can clarify the matter for you, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Over the past 6 years, you have withdrawn 300,000 galleons from the Potter family vault, ostensibly for the boys' care and education. These funds were transferred to Muggle accounts belonging to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, despite the fact that your own monitoring charms should have informed you that the boy was being housed in a cupboard under the stairs and subjected to regular physical and emotional abuse. The accusation hung in the air like a curse, its implications rippling through the room in waves of shocked silence. McGonagall's face went pale, her lips pressing together in a thin line that suggested barely controlled fury. Martha Henderson made a small, involuntary sound of distress, while Miss Anderson's grip on Harry's shoulder tightened protectively. Dumbledore, however, maintained his composure with the skill of someone who had navigated political crises for over a century. "The magical monitoring of underage wizards is imprecise at best," he said calmly. "It can detect the use of magic, but it cannot provide detailed information about a child's living conditions or emotional state. If I had known that Harry was being mistreated, I would have intervened immediately." Harry felt something hot and angry flare in his chest, and for a moment his human facade flickered as phoenix fire burned behind his eyes. "The payments to the Dursleys stopped being deposited 6 months ago," he said, his voice carrying an edge that made several adults in the room step back unconsciously. "If you were paying them to take care of me, why did the money stop? And why didn't you check on me when it became clear they weren't using it for my care?" Dumbledore's carefully controlled expression slipped another degree, revealing frustration and something that might have been guilt. "The financial arrangements were complex, Harry. I made the payments believing they would ensure your safety and comfort. When the Dursleys indicated they no longer required financial assistance, I assumed it meant they had grown genuinely fond of you and were caring for you out of family affection rather than obligation." The statement was so patently ridiculous that even Martha Henderson, who had known Harry for less than 48 hours, made a sound of disbelief. Miss Anderson's professional training in child protection made her response more direct. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, her voice sharp with barely controlled anger, "I have documented evidence of Harry's mistreatment dating back 2 years. Photographs of suspicious bruises, reports of educational neglect, behavioral indicators of chronic stress and possible physical abuse. Are you telling us that in 6 years of monitoring, you never once observed any of these signs?" McGonagall's composure finally cracked entirely. "Albus," she said, her Scottish accent thickening with emotion, "you told me the boy was safe and happy with his relatives. You assured the entire staff that our monitoring indicated he was thriving in a loving home environment. How could you have been so wrong about something so fundamental?" Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually bright with warmth and wisdom, seemed to dim as he struggled to find words that could justify the unjustifiable. "The protection spells around the Dursley home were ancient and powerful," he said slowly. "They required Harry to consider the house his home, to be accepted as family by those who shared his mother's blood. I believed that such acceptance indicated genuine care and affection." Harry stood up from his chair, his small frame somehow commanding the attention of every adult in the room. "The protection spells you're talking about," he said, his voice carrying an authority that should have been impossible for someone his age. "Did they require me to be happy? Did they require me to be fed properly or treated with kindness? Or did they just require me to survive?" The question cut to the heart of Dumbledore's moral failure with surgical precision. The elderly wizard opened his mouth as if to respond, then closed it again, clearly struggling to find an answer that would not condemn him further. Griphook's smile was sharp and predatory. "Lord Potter raises an excellent point," he said, using Harry's new legal title with deliberate emphasis. "Under Goblin law, protection spells that require the suffering of the protected party are considered dark magic of the most insidious kind. They prioritize abstract concepts over the welfare of actual living beings." "Lord Potter," McGonagall repeated, her voice rising with surprise. "Griphook, what exactly has happened here?" The goblin's expression grew formal as he shifted into legal explanatory mode. "Professor McGonagall, Lord Potter has invoked Phoenix protocols under ancient magical law. As a confirmed Phoenix Animagus, he has been granted immediate legal majority, regardless of his chronological age. He now possesses full authority over his financial affairs, his choice of guardians, and his educational decisions." McGonagall stared at Harry in amazement, taking in his small stature and young face with new understanding. A phoenix animagus, she breathed. But that's supposed to be impossible. The magic required for such a transformation. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the power that had become as natural to him as breathing. The transformation flowed through him like warm honey, controlled and graceful rather than explosive. Within moments, a young phoenix stood where the boy had been, his golden feathers catching the lamplight and his green eyes blazing with inner fire. The song he produced was soft and controlled, nothing like the desperate cry that had accompanied his first transformation. This was the song of a phoenix who understood his power and was no longer afraid of it. The melody filled the sitting room with warmth and hope, touching something deep in the hearts of everyone present. Even Dumbledore seemed moved by the display, his expression shifting from political calculation to genuine wonder. "Magnificent," he murmured, his voice filled with the awe of someone who had spent his life studying magic, yet had never seen anything quite like this. Truly magnificent. Harry returned to human form with the same controlled grace, his young face serious as he met Dumbledore's gaze. "Now you know what I am," he said simply. "The question is what you're going to do about it." Dumbledore seemed to gather himself, his political instincts reasserting themselves despite the extraordinary circumstances. "Harry, my dear boy, surely you understand that such power requires guidance and protection. The wizarding world is not prepared for the revelation that an 8-year-old Phoenix Animagus exists. There would be panic, perhaps even attempts to exploit or harm you. You need the protection that only established magical institutions can provide." Harry felt Miss Anderson's hand squeeze his shoulder supportively, drawing strength from her steady presence. "I've had the protection of established magical institutions for 8 years, Professor Dumbledore. That protection consisted of being locked in a cupboard and threatened with burning. I think I'll try something different now." McGonagall's face was a study in conflicted emotions, her loyalty to Dumbledore warring with her growing understanding of just how badly the situation had been mishandled. "Albus," she said slowly, "surely the boy has the right to refuse guardianship that has proven harmful to him. Whatever your intentions, the results have been catastrophic." Dumbledore's expression hardened slightly, revealing the steel that lay beneath his grandfatherly exterior. "Minerva, you cannot possibly understand the complexity of the situation. There are prophecies involved, ancient magic that requires specific conditions to remain stable. Harry's presence with his relatives was not merely about his protection, but about maintaining magical balances that keep the entire wizarding world safe." The revelation hit the room like a lightning strike. Harry felt something cold and angry settle in his chest as the implications of Dumbledore's words became clear. "You kept me there not because it was good for me," Harry said, his voice deadly quiet, "but because it served some larger magical purpose. You paid my relatives to abuse me because it was convenient for your plans." "Not abuse," Dumbledore protested, though his voice lacked conviction. "I genuinely believed they would care for you properly once they understood the importance of your protection. The monthly payments were intended to ensure your comfort and education." "Then why didn't you check?" Miss Anderson demanded. "If you were paying them substantial sums for Harry's care, why didn't you verify that the money was being used appropriately? Why didn't you visit or send someone to observe his living conditions?" Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. Griphook stepped forward again, his expression grim with professional satisfaction. "Lord Potter, under Goblin law, you now have several options for pursuing justice. You can demand full restitution of misappropriated funds, seek criminal charges for child endangerment, or invoke traditional magical justice protocols that would strip Dumbledore of his authority over other magical children." "What would traditional magical justice involve?" Harry asked. "Public trial before the International Confederation of Wizards," Griphook explained. "Complete disclosure of all financial transactions, monitoring records and decision-making processes related to your care. If found guilty of gross negligence or willful harm to a child under his protection, Dumbledore would be stripped of all positions of authority and banned from involvement in child welfare cases for life. McGonagall's sharp intake of breath was audible across the room. "Albus," she said urgently, "surely it hasn't come to that. Surely we can reach some accommodation that serves everyone's interests." Harry looked around the room at the adults who were suddenly very interested in managing his choices and limiting his options. It was a familiar feeling, this sense of adults closing ranks to protect their own interests while paying lip service to his welfare. "I want the trial," he said simply. The words fell into the room like stones into still water, creating ripples of shock and dismay. Dumbledore's face went pale, while McGonagall looked as though she might faint. "Harry," Dumbledore said urgently, "you don't understand what you're asking for. A trial of that magnitude would expose secrets that have been carefully guarded for decades. It could destabilize the entire wizarding government." "Good," Harry replied with a conviction that surprised everyone, including himself. "Maybe it's time for some instability. Maybe it's time for people to know what happens when powerful adults decide that children are acceptable casualties for their greater good." Griphook's smile was fierce with approval. "The paperwork can be filed within 48 hours, Lord Potter. The International Confederation takes charges of child endangerment very seriously, especially when they involve such clear evidence of financial impropriety." Dumbledore made one last attempt to regain control of the situation. "Harry, please, think carefully about what you're doing. I made mistakes, yes, but they were made with the best of intentions. The wizarding world needs stability right now, not the chaos that would result from such revelations." Harry met the elderly wizard's gaze steadily, his green eyes blazing with phoenix fire that was no longer entirely metaphorical. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to come from somewhere far older than his 8 years. "I spent 6 years believing that the suffering I endured was somehow normal, that I deserved it because I was freakish and unwanted. Now I find out that my suffering was actually funded by my own inheritance and allowed to continue because it served your purposes. You want to talk about the greater good? How about we start with the good of children who can't protect themselves from the adults who are supposed to care for them?" The moral weight of Harry's words hung in the room like an indictment, impossible to argue against or dismiss. Even Dumbledore seemed to recognize that his position was untenable, his shoulders sagging as the full implications of his choices finally came home to roost. McGonagall broke the silence with a voice that shook with emotion. "Albus," she said quietly, "I think you need to go. I think you need to go and consider very carefully how you're going to explain 8 years of willful blindness to the International Confederation." Dumbledore looked around the room one more time, his gaze lingering on Harry's determined face. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of genuine regret. "Harry, I am truly sorry that my choices caused you pain. Whatever you may believe about my motivations, I never intended for you to suffer. But you allowed it to continue when you could have stopped it," Harry replied, "and that makes you responsible for every day of it." Dumbledore nodded slowly, accepting the judgment with the dignity of someone who finally understood the true cost of his decisions. Then he turned and walked to the door, pausing only to address McGonagall. "Minerva, I hope someday you will understand that everything I did was in service of protecting the magical world from a darkness you cannot imagine." McGonagall's response was cold and final. "The darkness I can imagine, Albus, is a world where children are sacrificed for abstract principles, and powerful adults convince themselves that their noble intentions justify any amount of suffering inflicted on the innocent. If that's the world you've been trying to protect, then perhaps it deserves to fall." Dumbledore left without another word, his footsteps echoing down the garden path until the sound of apparition announced his departure. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the distant rumble of thunder as the promised storm finally began to arrive. Harry remained standing in the center of the room, feeling somehow taller and stronger than he had just an hour before. "Are you certain about the trial?" McGonagall asked gently. "It will be a difficult process, and the wizarding world's reaction may be intense." Harry looked at Miss Anderson, drawing strength from her encouraging nod. Then he looked at Griphook, who waited patiently for his decision. Finally, he looked at McGonagall, seeing in her eyes the same struggle he had been fighting his entire life, the choice between accepting an unjust system or fighting to change it. "Professor McGonagall," he said quietly, "how many other children do you think are suffering right now because adults like Professor Dumbledore have decided their pain is acceptable for some greater purpose? How many kids are locked in cupboards or worse because the people who are supposed to protect them have more important things to worry about?" McGonagall's face crumpled as the full implications of his question hit her. "Oh, Harry," she whispered. "How many indeed?" "Then we have the trial," Harry said with finality. "Not for revenge, but so that other children don't have to go through what I did. So that the next time someone wants to sacrifice a child for the greater good, they have to explain themselves to people who care more about protecting the innocent than preserving the status quo." Griphook bowed deeply, his expression filled with respect and something approaching pride. "It will be my honor to represent you, Lord Potter. The wizarding world is about to learn that children are not expendable, and that Phoenix justice burns away lies as surely as Phoenix fire burns away everything that is false and corrupt." As thunder rolled overhead and rain began to patter against the windows, Harry Potter stood in a suburban sitting room and felt the weight of true power settle around his shoulders like phoenix wings. For the first time in his life, he was not just the victim of other people's choices. He was the author of his own destiny, and he intended to use that power to ensure that no other child would suffer as he had suffered. The trial would come, and with it the reckoning that the wizarding world had avoided for far too long. Harry Potter, Lord Potter, Phoenix Animagus, and voice for all the children who had been silenced by systems that valued order over justice, would make certain of it. The greater good, he had learned, began with protecting those who could not protect themselves. Everything else was just politics, and Harry Potter was done with politics that required children to pay the price for adult ambitions. The magnificent library of Gringotts Bank existed in a space that defied conventional understanding of architecture and physics. Carved deep beneath the London streets, its vaulted ceilings stretched impossibly high, while its walls curved away into shadowed distances that seemed to contain entire universes of accumulated knowledge. Ancient texts bound in dragon hide sat alongside crystalline data storage devices that hummed with preserved magical theory, while floating orbs of soft light drifted between the towering shelves like captured stars. It was here, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries, that Harry Potter spent his first full day as a legally recognized adult in the magical world. Account manager Griphook had provided him with access to the restricted sections that contained information about international magical education, a privilege normally reserved for ministry officials and senior academics. But Harry's new status as Lord Potter, combined with his Phoenix Animagus abilities, had opened doors that would have remained sealed to ordinary wizards. The directories were fascinating in their scope and diversity. Harry had always assumed that Hogwarts was the only magical school in Britain, perhaps in the world. The reality was far more complex and encouraging. Dozens of magical institutions operated across Europe alone, each with its own philosophy, specialties, and approach to magical education. Some focused on traditional wizardry, others on magical creature studies, and a select few on what the texts referred to as exceptional magical phenomena. It was this last category that had captured Harry's attention. Beaubaton Academy of Magic, located in the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France, had a reputation for excellence that stretched back over 700 years. But what set it apart from other European magical schools was its progressive approach to students with unusual magical abilities. According to the detailed prospectus that Griphook had obtained, Beauxbaton actively recruited young witches and wizards whose magical development fell outside conventional parameters. The Academy's mission statement was written in elegant French script that seemed to glow softly on the parchment as Harry read it. We believe that magical diversity is not a challenge to be overcome, but a gift to be nurtured. Every student brings unique abilities that can contribute to the advancement of magical understanding. Our role is not to force conformity, but to provide the knowledge and support necessary for each individual to reach their full potential. Harry found himself reading the passage multiple times, hardly daring to believe that such an institution could exist. The idea of a school that would see his Phoenix abilities as a gift rather than a dangerous anomaly was almost too wonderful to contemplate. The detailed course descriptions were equally encouraging. Advanced magical theory included specialized tracks for students with rare Animagus forms, while comparative magical studies explored the ways different cultures approached magical education and development. Most intriguing of all was a course simply titled Individual Magical Development, which appeared to be designed around each student's unique abilities and interests. Griphook appeared beside Harry's reading table with the silent efficiency that goblins had perfected over centuries of banking service. "Lord Potter," he said quietly, "I have received a response to our inquiry from Madame Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbaton Academy." Harry looked up from the prospectus he had been studying, his green eyes bright with curiosity and hope. What did she say? Griphook's expression was carefully neutral, though Harry detected a hint of satisfaction beneath the professional mask. "Madame Maxime has requested a formal meeting to discuss your potential enrollment. She indicated that Beauxbaton has educated 3 other students with magical creature Animagus forms over the past 2 centuries, though never one with Phoenix abilities." Harry felt his heart race with excitement. "She's interested in teaching me." "More than interested, Lord Potter," Griphook replied with something approaching a smile. "According to her letter, Phoenix Animagi are considered beings of extraordinary magical significance in French magical culture. The opportunity to educate such a student would be considered a great honor by the Academy." He produced a letter written on heavy parchment that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. The French magical seal pressed into the wax was intricate beyond anything Harry had seen in British magical correspondence, depicting a phoenix rising from flames while surrounded by symbols that seemed to shift and change as he watched. The letter itself was written in elegant English, though certain phrases carried the distinctive rhythm of someone thinking in another language. "My dear Lord Potter," the letter began, "it is with great excitement that I write to you regarding your potential enrollment at Beauxbaton Academy of Magic. Your unique abilities and circumstances have been brought to my attention through proper diplomatic channels, and I must confess that the opportunity to guide a Phoenix Animagus in his magical education represents the fulfillment of hopes I had not dared to voice. You should know that Beauxbaton has a long and proud tradition of protecting students who have fled persecution or inadequate educational circumstances in their home countries. We believe that magical education should be a source of joy and growth, not fear or constraint. Our faculty includes specialists in rare magical phenomena who would consider it the greatest privilege to work with a student of your remarkable abilities. I would very much like to invite you to visit our academy, that you might see for yourself the environment we provide and determine whether it would suit your educational needs. If you are amenable, I can arrange for secure magical transport at your convenience. Please know that regardless of your decision, Beauxbaton stands ready to assist you in any way possible. No child with magical abilities should be forced to endure persecution or neglect simply because their gifts are misunderstood by those around them. With warm regards and deepest respect, Madame Olympe Maxime, Headmistress, Beauxbaton Academy of Magic. Harry read the letter 3 times before looking up at Griphook with wonder. She really wants me to come? According to our diplomatic sources, Griphook replied, Madame Maxime spent considerable time yesterday consulting with French ministry officials about the proper protocols for accepting a British student under refugee provisions. She appears quite determined to provide you with educational opportunities that your home country has failed to offer. The word refugee made Harry pause. He had not thought of himself in those terms, but the description was uncomfortably accurate. He was an 8-year-old boy fleeing a system that had failed to protect him, seeking sanctuary in a foreign country that might offer him the safety and opportunity he had never known. "What about Miss Anderson?" Harry asked. "Could she come with me, at least for the visit?" Griphook consulted another document from his files. Beauxbatons has provisions for educational escorts when students require additional support during transition periods. As your chosen advocate and the adult most familiar with your recent circumstances, Miss Anderson would be welcome to accompany you and remain as long as necessary for your comfort and adjustment. The relief Harry felt at this news was profound. Miss Anderson had become his anchor in a world that had suddenly become much larger and more complex than he had ever imagined. The thought of navigating a new country and a new school without her support was daunting, even with his newfound legal status and magical abilities. A soft chime announced the arrival of another visitor to the library, and Harry looked up to see Professor McGonagall approaching their table with hesitant steps. Her usually stern expression was softer than Harry had ever seen it, marked with something that looked suspiciously like shame. "Lord Potter," she said formally, though the title seemed to cause her some difficulty. "I hope I am not intruding, but I wondered if I might have a word with you about your educational plans." Harry studied her carefully, noting the way she avoided meeting his eyes directly, and the tension in her shoulders that suggested barely controlled emotion. "Of course, Professor McGonagall. Please sit down." McGonagall settled herself in one of the library chairs with the cautious movements of someone navigating unfamiliar territory. "I wanted to apologize," she began, her Scottish accent thicker than usual, "for my blindness, for my failure to question Albus's assurances about your welfare, for allowing you to suffer when I should have been protecting you." The words seemed to cost her considerable effort, and Harry found himself moved by her obvious distress. "Professor McGonagall," he said gently, "you weren't the one making decisions about my life. You trusted someone you respected to handle things properly. That's not the same as being responsible for what happened." McGonagall's eyes finally met his, and Harry saw tears threatening to spill over. "You were one of my students," she said quietly. "Every child who passes through Hogwarts is supposed to be under my protection, whether they're in my house or not. I failed you completely." Harry considered this for a moment, thinking about responsibility and blame and the complex ways that adults sometimes hurt children without meaning to. "You could make it up to me," he said finally. McGonagall leaned forward eagerly. "How? What can I do?" "Help other students who might be in situations like mine," Harry replied. "Question the next time someone tells you a child is fine when the evidence suggests otherwise. Be the adult who notices when something isn't right and does something about it instead of just hoping someone else will handle it." McGonagall nodded solemnly, and Harry could see her filing away his words like a sacred trust. "I will," she promised. "But what about your own education? Surely Hogwarts could make accommodations for your unique abilities. We have faculty who specialize in transfiguration and magical creature studies." Griphook cleared his throat pointedly. "With respect, Professor McGonagall, Lord Potter has been investigating international educational options. He has received a personal invitation from Madame Maxime to consider Beauxbatons Academy." McGonagall's expression shifted to one of professional interest, tinged with concern. "Beauxbatons is an excellent institution," she said carefully, "though their approach to magical education is quite different from British traditions. The cultural adjustment alone would be significant for someone so young." Harry pulled out the letter from Madame Maxime and handed it to McGonagall. "Maybe you could help me understand what those differences might be." McGonagall read the letter with growing amazement, her eyebrows climbing higher with each paragraph. "My word," she murmured. "This is quite extraordinary. Madame Maxime is not known for taking such personal interest in individual students, regardless of their abilities." "What do you know about Beauxbatons?" Harry asked. McGonagall set down the letter and considered her words carefully. "It's one of the finest magical institutions in Europe," she said finally. "Their approach to education emphasizes individual development and creative magical application, rather than strict adherence to traditional curricula. Students are encouraged to explore their unique talents and develop specialized expertise in their areas of strength." "That sounds different from Hogwarts," Harry observed. "Very different," McGonagall agreed. "Hogwarts follows a more structured approach, with standardized courses and expectations that all students master the same basic magical skills regardless of their individual inclinations or abilities. There are advantages to both systems, but for a student with your unique circumstances, Beauxbatons might indeed provide better support." The admission seemed to pain her, but Harry could hear the professional honesty that had made her a respected educator for decades. "Is it true that they accept students fleeing persecution?" he asked. McGonagall nodded grimly. "Beauxbatons has a long tradition of providing sanctuary to young witches and wizards whose home countries have failed them. During the wars with Grindelwald and later with Voldemort, they educated dozens of British students whose families had been targeted or displaced. Would they really see my abilities as a gift rather than a problem?" McGonagall's expression grew thoughtful. "French magical culture has always been more accepting of diversity in magical expression," she said slowly. "What British wizards might view as dangerous or uncontrolled, French magical theory often approaches as simply different applications of the same fundamental principles. Your Phoenix abilities would likely be studied with fascination rather than fear." Harry felt something settle in his chest, a sense of rightness that he had never experienced when contemplating his future. "I want to visit," he said. "I want to see if it could work." Griphook nodded approvingly. "I can arrange for secure transport within the week, Lord Potter. The French ministry has already provided diplomatic guarantees for your safety during any visit." McGonagall was quiet for several moments, clearly struggling with conflicting emotions. Finally, she spoke with the careful precision of someone choosing their words very deliberately. "Lord Potter, Harry, if you do decide to attend Beauxbatons, I want you to know that you will always have supporters at Hogwarts. Whatever mistakes have been made, whatever institutional failures have occurred, there are those of us who recognize your worth and will continue to advocate for your interests." "Thank you," Harry said simply. "That means more than you know." McGonagall rose to leave, then paused as though remembering something important. "There is one other matter I should mention. Your parents' educational records are stored in the Hogwarts archives. If you would like copies for your own files, I can arrange for them to be provided to you regardless of where you choose to continue your education." Harry's eyes lit up with interest. "Could I see them now?" "Of course," McGonagall replied. "I'll retrieve them immediately." She returned 20 minutes later, carrying a leather portfolio that seemed to glow faintly with preservation charms. Inside were transcripts, recommendation letters, and personal documents that provided the first detailed picture Harry had ever seen of his parents as students, rather than as the tragic figures from his nightmares. James Potter had been an outstanding student with particular gifts in transfiguration and defense against the dark arts, though his early years showed a disturbing tendency toward rule-breaking and showing off. Lily Evans Potter's academic record was even more impressive, with exceptional marks in charms, potions, and magical theory. But what caught Harry's attention was a letter buried near the bottom of the file. The letter was written in elegant handwriting on Beauxbatons letterhead, dated from Lily's 6th year at Hogwarts. "Miss Evans," the letter read, "We have received your inquiry regarding transfer opportunities for your final year of magical education. Beauxbatons would be delighted to welcome a student of your exceptional abilities, particularly given your research interests in the theoretical foundations of magical protection charms. I must confess that your reputation for brilliant original thinking has reached our faculty, and several of our professors have expressed particular interest in mentoring your continued studies. We believe that the more individualized approach of Beauxbatons education might provide the intellectual freedom you seek to pursue your innovative magical research. Please know that full academic credit would be granted for your Hogwarts coursework, and we would be prepared to design specialized curricula around your specific interests and goals. Should you choose to join us, we would consider it a great honor to contribute to the education of one of the most promising young witches of your generation. The letter was signed by a previous headmaster, but the seal and formatting were identical to the letter Harry had received from Madame Maxime. She was considering transferring to Beauxbatons, Harry said wonderingly. McGonagall read over his shoulder, her expression growing troubled. I had no idea, she murmured, though it would explain some of her frustration during that final year. She often complained that Hogwarts was too restrictive, too focused on traditional approaches rather than innovative magical theory. Why didn't she go? Harry asked. McGonagall's smile was sad and knowing. Your father, I suspect. James Potter would never have considered leaving Hogwarts, and by that point in their relationship, Lily was unlikely to make educational decisions that would separate her from him. Harry studied the letter again, noting the date and the enthusiasm in the academic language. My mother wanted intellectual freedom to pursue her research, and she gave that up to stay with my father. Love makes us make compromises, McGonagall said gently, though I wonder sometimes if she might have regretted that choice, at least academically. Harry felt a strange sense of completion, as though a circle was finally being closed. My mother wanted to go to Beauxbatons, and now they're offering me the same opportunity she never took. McGonagall nodded slowly. Perhaps this is what she would have wanted for you, she said softly. The chance to develop your abilities in an environment that celebrates rather than constrains magical diversity. Harry carefully returned the documents to their portfolio, but kept his mother's letter separate. I'd like to keep this, he said, to remember that she understood what it was like to want something different from what everyone expected. Of course, McGonagall replied. It belongs to you anyway. As they prepared to leave the library, Griphook approached with final documents for Harry's consideration. Lord Potter, he said formally, I have prepared the necessary paperwork for your visit to Beauxbatons, as well as the legal documentation for your upcoming trial against Dumbledore. Both processes can proceed simultaneously, without conflict. Harry accepted the papers with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the magnitude of the choices he was making. For 8 years, other people had controlled every aspect of his life, from where he slept, to what he ate, to how he spent his days. Now he was not only choosing his own path, but choosing a path that would hold accountable those who had failed him. When do we leave for France? He asked. Griphook consulted his calendar. The diplomatic transport can be arranged for Thursday morning, if that is acceptable to you. Miss Anderson has confirmed her availability to accompany you. Harry looked at McGonagall, then at Griphook, then down at his mother's letter, requesting the same freedom he was now seeking. Thursday is perfect, he said with quiet determination. As they walked through the marble corridors of Gringotts toward the main lobby, Harry felt lighter than he had in months. The future, which had always seemed like something that happened to him rather than something he could influence, was finally becoming something he could shape with his own choices. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic awaited, with its promise of education designed around his needs rather than institutional convenience. The trial against Dumbledore would proceed, ensuring that other children would not suffer as he had suffered. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was free to become whoever he was meant to be. The phoenix within him stirred with anticipation, ready to spread its wings in a place where flying was encouraged rather than feared. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Harry would meet them as himself, fully and completely, without apology or compromise. The transformation that had begun in a burning kitchen was finally reaching its completion. Harry Potter was rising from the ashes of his old life, and nothing would ever be the same. The International Herald Tribune of Magical Affairs had not published an emergency edition in over 30 years, not since the fall of Voldemort had sent shockwaves through magical communities worldwide. But on Thursday morning, as Harry Potter prepared for his diplomatic visit to Beauxbaton Academy, every magical household in Europe awoke to headlines that would reshape the political landscape of the wizarding world. Potter heir seeks asylum. Child welfare crisis rocks British ministry. The story, written by investigative journalist Philippe Delacroix, laid out the facts with devastating precision. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had fled Britain after years of documented abuse, while in the care of Muggle relatives who had been secretly paid substantial sums from his own inheritance. The boy had achieved unprecedented Phoenix Animagus transformation and was now seeking educational sanctuary in France, while pursuing legal action against Albus Dumbledore for gross negligence and financial impropriety. But it was the editorial that followed the news story that truly sent tremors through the international magical community. Written by the Tribune's respected editor-in-chief, Gabrielle Montclair, it was a scathing indictment of British magical governance that spared no one in its condemnation. For 7 years, the editorial read, "The international magical community has celebrated Harry Potter as a symbol of triumph over darkness, never knowing that the child himself was trapped in circumstances that would shame any civilized society. While we praised British magical leadership for their role in defeating he who must not be named, that same leadership was systematically failing to protect the most famous magical child in the world from abuse that was literally funded by his own inheritance. The questions this raises about British magical governance are profound and disturbing. If Harry Potter, with all his fame and supposed protections, could suffer such neglect, how many other magical children are trapped in similar circumstances? If Albus Dumbledore, the most respected wizard of his generation, could so catastrophically mismanage the care of a child under his protection, what does this say about the systems and institutions we have trusted to safeguard our most vulnerable citizens? The editorial concluded with a call for immediate international intervention and oversight of British child welfare practices, along with demands for full accountability from all officials involved in Harry Potter's care. The response was immediate and explosive. By noon, the French Ministry of Magic had issued a formal statement offering Harry Potter full citizenship and magical protection under French law. The German Magical Parliament followed with a resolution condemning British child welfare practices and threatening trade sanctions unless immediate reforms were implemented. The American Congress of Magic, never shy about criticizing European magical governance, released a blistering statement that questioned Britain's fitness to participate in international magical cooperation, given their apparent inability to protect their own children. Minister Cornelius Fudge found himself facing the worst diplomatic crisis of his career, with urgent flu calls flooding his office from magical governments across the globe, demanding explanations for what many were calling a humanitarian catastrophe. His first instinct was to dismiss the international criticism as foreign interference in British magical affairs, but the sheer volume and unanimity of the condemnation made such deflection impossible. The crisis deepened when Rita Skeeter, sensing an opportunity for career-defining journalism, published a series of explosive follow-up articles in the Daily Prophet that revealed additional disturbing details about Harry Potter's treatment. Her investigation, conducted with unusual thoroughness and restraint, uncovered evidence of multiple failed social service interventions, suspicious financial transactions, and a pattern of institutional indifference that painted British magical governance in the worst possible light. But perhaps most damaging of all was the leaked transcript of Harry Potter's interview with French magical authorities conducted as part of his asylum application. The boy's calm, articulate description of his treatment, delivered in fluent French that he had somehow mastered with supernatural speed, provided devastating testimony that no amount of political spin could dismiss or deflect. "I do not seek revenge against those who failed me," Harry had said according to the transcript, "but I do seek justice for all the children who cannot speak for themselves. If my case helps other magical children receive the protection they deserve, then perhaps some good can come from what I have endured." The moral authority in those words, spoken by an 8-year-old child who had every right to demand vengeance, but instead sought systemic reform, shamed politicians and officials across the magical world into unprecedented action. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the crisis was playing out in ways that threatened the very foundations of British magical education. Professor McGonagall found herself fielding urgent inquiries from parents, demanding assurances about their own children's safety and welfare. The Board of Governors had called emergency sessions to discuss Dumbledore's continued fitness for leadership. Most troubling of all, several prominent magical families had begun making discreet inquiries about transferring their children to international schools. The Longbottom family was among the first to openly question Hogwarts's leadership. Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of one of Britain's most respected pureblood families, had sent a howler to Dumbledore that was heard throughout the Great Hall during breakfast on Thursday morning. "Albus Dumbledore," her voice had thundered from the red envelope, "you assured me personally that Harry Potter was safe and well cared for when I expressed concerns about his absence from magical society. You told me that your monitoring confirmed his excellent treatment, and that interference would only endanger the protections keeping him safe. How dare you lie to me about the welfare of a child? How dare you allow such suffering to continue when you had the power to stop it? I am withdrawing Neville from Hogwarts immediately, and will advise every magical family I know to do the same until you are removed from any position of authority over children." The howler had reduced itself to ash in the stunned silence that followed, but its message reverberated throughout the castle like a physical blow. If Augusta Longbottom, one of Dumbledore's oldest allies and supporters, was publicly denouncing his leadership, then his position was far more precarious than anyone had realized. Similar scenes were playing out across magical Britain as news of Harry Potter's situation spread through the community. The Bones family, the Abbotts, the Finch-Fletchleys, and dozens of other prominent magical households were demanding explanations and threatening to remove their children from British magical institutions until proper oversight and accountability were established. At the Ministry of Magic, the crisis had reached catastrophic proportions. International delegations were arriving hourly to demand meetings with senior officials. Trade agreements were being suspended pending investigation of British magical governance practices. Most seriously of all, the International Confederation of Wizards had announced an emergency session to consider formal sanctions against Britain for human rights violations. Cornelius Fudge sat in his office, surrounded by advisors and crisis management specialists, all of whom seemed to be talking at once without offering any viable solutions to the escalating disaster. The political calculation was brutal in its simplicity. Harry Potter had become a symbol of British magical failure, and until that failure was addressed with unprecedented accountability, the international community would continue to treat Britain as a pariah state. The irony was not lost on anyone involved. The same boy whose survival had once elevated British magical prestige to unprecedented heights was now threatening to destroy that prestige entirely through the revelation of how badly he had been failed by the very institutions that claimed credit for his protection. Percy Weasley, recently promoted to Senior Undersecretary and tasked with managing the international response, presented Fudge with a summary that captured the scope of the crisis with bureaucratic precision. "Minister," he said, his usually confident demeanor subdued by the magnitude of the situation, "we are facing formal complaints from 17 magical governments, threatened sanctions from 12 more, and suspended diplomatic relations with France until the Potter situation is resolved to their satisfaction. The economic impact alone could destabilize our entire magical economy within weeks. What do they want?" Fudge demanded, his round face flushed with stress and barely contained panic. "Full accountability for all officials involved in Potter's care," Percy replied, consulting his notes with the mechanical efficiency of someone reciting a death sentence. Transparent investigation of all financial improprieties, immediate implementation of international oversight for British child welfare practices, and complete cooperation with Potter's legal proceedings against Dumbledore and any other responsible parties. And if we refuse? Percy's expression grew grim. Complete isolation from the international magical community, Minister. No trade, no diplomatic relations, no cooperation on security matters. Britain would become a magical pariah state. The silence that followed this assessment was profound and hopeless. Fudge had built his political career on maintaining the status quo and avoiding difficult decisions that might threaten his position. But the status quo was no longer an option, and the difficult decisions could no longer be avoided. "What does Dumbledore recommend?" Fudge asked finally, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer would be inadequate. "Dumbledore has offered his resignation from all official positions," Percy replied. "He acknowledges his failures and accepts full responsibility for the mismanagement of Potter's care. However, the international community has made it clear that his resignation alone will not be sufficient to restore confidence in British magical governance." Meaning what, exactly? "Meaning they want systematic reform, Minister. New oversight mechanisms, international monitoring, transparent accountability measures. They want proof that what happened to Harry Potter can never happen to another magical child." Fudge stared out the window of his office at the London skyline, wondering how the situation had spiraled so completely out of his control. Just days ago, his biggest concern had been managing routine administrative matters and maintaining his approval ratings. Now he was facing the potential collapse of British magical sovereignty and the complete restructuring of institutions that had operated unchanged for centuries. The final blow came in the form of an emergency session of the Wizengamot, called not by the chief warlock, but by an unprecedented coalition of concerned members who had lost confidence in the current leadership. The session was scheduled for the following week, with a single item on the agenda: a vote of no confidence in both Dumbledore's leadership and the Ministry's handling of child welfare matters. As news of the Wizengamot session spread throughout magical Britain, it became clear that the Harry Potter crisis had evolved beyond a simple case of administrative failure. It had become a reckoning with institutional complacency, a challenge to the assumption that magical institutions were inherently superior to their Muggle counterparts, and a demand for accountability that could no longer be ignored or deflected. Meanwhile, at a secure diplomatic facility near Dover, Harry Potter prepared for his journey to France with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation that reflected his new understanding of his place in the magical world. He was no longer just a boy seeking education and safety. He had become a symbol of institutional failure and the potential for systemic reform. Miss Anderson sat beside him in the comfortable waiting area, reviewing the briefing materials that French officials had provided for their visit. The documents outlined the diplomatic protocols that would govern Harry's time in France, the educational assessment procedures that Beauxbaton would use to determine his academic placement, and the legal protections that would ensure his safety while the international crisis played out. "Are you nervous?" she asked, noting the way Harry's hands occasionally trembled despite his outward composure. Harry considered the question carefully. "A little," he admitted, "but more excited than nervous. For the first time in my life, I get to choose what happens to me, instead of just hoping that other people will make good decisions on my behalf." Miss Anderson smiled at his response, recognizing the profound shift in perspective that had occurred over the past week. The frightened, desperate child she had found in her classroom had been transformed into someone with genuine agency and authority, someone who understood both his power and his responsibility to use it wisely. The transformation had been remarkable to witness, but she suspected it was only the beginning. Harry Potter was discovering not just his magical abilities, but his capacity to inspire change and challenge injustice. The boy who had once been powerless to protect himself was becoming someone who could protect others. As they waited for the arrival of the French diplomatic transport, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. A week ago, he had been locked in a cupboard under the stairs, convinced that his suffering was normal and deserved. Today, he was about to visit one of the most prestigious magical institutions in the world as an honored guest whose experiences were reshaping international policy. The change was almost too profound to comprehend, but Harry was beginning to understand that his story was larger than just his own escape from abuse. He had become a catalyst for examining fundamental questions about how magical society treated its most vulnerable members. His suffering had been terrible, but it might also be the key to ensuring that other children never experienced similar neglect. When the French transport arrived in a shimmer of silver light and diplomatic ceremony, Harry felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who survived. He was Lord Potter, Phoenix Animagus, advocate for magical children everywhere, and living proof that even the most powerless could find their wings and rise above the circumstances that had tried to define them. The international crisis that surrounded his case would continue to unfold, reshaping magical governance across Europe and beyond. But Harry himself was moving forward, toward a future where his abilities would be celebrated rather than feared, where his voice would be heard rather than silenced, and where his power would be used to protect rather than to endure. As the French transport prepared to depart for Beauxbatons Academy, Harry Potter spread his metaphorical wings and prepared to discover what it truly meant to fly free. The phoenix had risen from the ashes of his old life, and the world would never be the same. The international portkey that transported Harry Potter and Miss Anderson to France was unlike anything either of them had ever experienced. Instead of the nauseating hook-behind-the-navel sensation that British portkeys typically produced, this felt like being gently lifted by warm currents of air, surrounded by the soft glow of protective magic that seemed to whisper reassurances in half a dozen languages. The French approach to magical transportation, like many aspects of their magical culture, prioritized comfort and dignity over mere efficiency. They materialized on a marble platform situated on a mountainside terrace that offered breathtaking views of the Pyrenees Mountains stretching away into misty distance. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scents of pine forests and wildflowers that bloomed in impossible profusion despite the elevation. But it was the sight of Beauxbatons Academy itself that made Harry's breath catch in his throat with wonder. The palace, for it could be called nothing else, rose from the mountainside, like something from the most beautiful fairy tale ever imagined. Delicate spires and elegant towers caught the afternoon sunlight and threw it back in shimmering patterns that seemed to dance across the pale stone walls. Gardens cascaded down the slopes in carefully designed terraces, creating a symphony of color and fragrance that spoke of centuries of careful cultivation. Everything about the structure conveyed grace, beauty, and a profound respect for the harmony between magical architecture and the natural world. It was nothing like Hogwarts, with its ancient stones and medieval fortress atmosphere. Where Hogwarts projected strength and endurance, Beauxbatons radiated elegance and inspiration. Where Hogwarts seemed designed to contain and control, Beauxbatons appeared to welcome and embrace. Harry could feel his phoenix nature responding to the environment with instinctive approval, recognizing a place where beauty and power existed in perfect balance. Madame Olympe Maxime appeared at the base of the marble steps that led up to the main entrance, her imposing height made somehow graceful by the flowing robes she wore and the warmth of her smile. She was accompanied by a small delegation of faculty members, each of whom radiated the kind of quiet competence and genuine enthusiasm for education that Harry had rarely encountered in adult authority figures. "Lord Potter," Madame Maxime said in accented English, her voice carrying the musical quality that seemed characteristic of French magical speech, "welcome to Beauxbatons Academy. It is my very great honor to receive you as our guest." She performed a graceful bow that managed to convey respect without condescension, treating Harry's legal majority as a genuine reality rather than a polite fiction. The gesture meant more to him than she could possibly know, representing the first time in his memory that an adult in a position of authority had acknowledged his autonomy without question or reservation. "Thank you for inviting me, Madame Maxime," Harry replied, drawing on the formal manners that his phoenix transformation seemed to have enhanced, along with his magical abilities. "I'm very much looking forward to learning about your school." Madame Maxime's smile broadened as she heard the perfect pronunciation and grammatical structure of his French. "Magnificent," she murmured in her native language, switching to French with the assumption that he would follow easily. "Your mastery of our language is remarkable for someone so young. How long have you been studying French?" "Only a few days," Harry replied in the same language, feeling the words flow naturally, despite their recent acquisition. "I think my phoenix abilities may have enhanced my capacity for learning new skills." The faculty members exchanged glances of amazement and delight. Professor Delacour, a silver-haired woman whose resemblance to Fleur was unmistakable, stepped forward with obvious excitement. "Fascinating," she said, her accent giving the English word a musical quality. "Phoenix magic has always been associated with rapid adaptation and accelerated learning, but we have never had the opportunity to study such effects in detail. Would you be willing to participate in some gentle academic assessments during your visit? Nothing invasive or uncomfortable, merely evaluations that might help us understand your unique educational needs." Harry looked at Miss Anderson, who nodded encouragingly. "I'd be happy to," he said. "I want to understand my abilities better too." As they walked up the marble steps toward the main entrance, Harry noticed other students moving through the gardens and corridors with an easy grace that spoke of genuine comfort in their environment. They wore elegant robes in shades of blue and silver, but unlike the rigid uniformity of Hogwarts house colors, these seemed to reflect individual personality and style within a cohesive aesthetic framework. Several students paused in their activities to observe the new arrivals with curiosity, rather than the suspicious hostility that Harry had often encountered from his Hogwarts peers during his brief visits to Diagon Alley. Their expressions showed interest and welcome, as though the arrival of someone new was cause for celebration rather than concern. "Our students come from across Europe and beyond," Madame Maxime explained, as she noticed Harry's observations. "We believe that diversity of perspective and experience enhances the educational environment for everyone. Many of our current students chose Beauxbatons specifically because their home institutions could not accommodate their unique magical gifts or academic interests." Harry felt a surge of hope at these words. The idea of being surrounded by other students who had also felt constrained by conventional magical education was profoundly appealing. For the first time, he might not be the strangest person in his academic environment. They entered a magnificent foyer with a ceiling that soared away into crystalline heights, where floating lights drifted like captured stars among delicate architectural details that seemed to shift and change as Harry watched. The overall effect was one of space and freedom, of infinite possibility contained within elegant structure. "Your accommodation while you visit," Madame Maxime said, leading them toward a sweeping staircase that curved upward with impossible grace, "has been arranged in our international guest quarters. Miss Anderson, you will have a comfortable suite with study areas and communication facilities to maintain contact with your responsibilities in Britain. Lord Potter, your rooms adjoin hers but include specialized practice areas designed for students with unique magical abilities." They climbed several floors, passing corridors lined with portraits that actually seemed to be moving paintings rather than the talking portraits common in British magical institutions. The subjects of these artworks appeared to be demonstrating various magical techniques or historical moments, creating an ongoing visual education that surrounded students with inspiration and instruction. Harry's guest quarters were unlike anything he had imagined possible. The main room was spacious and bright, with tall windows that offered spectacular views of the mountains and valleys below. The furnishings were elegant but comfortable, clearly designed with a young person's needs in mind, rather than merely scaled-down adult furniture. Most remarkable of all was the practice chamber that opened off the main room, a circular space with walls that seemed to shimmer with protective enchantments and a ceiling that was somehow open to the sky despite being inside the building. This is where you may safely explore your phoenix abilities without concern for property damage or unwanted attention, Professor Delacour explained. The chamber is warded against magical detection from outside, and the materials are designed to withstand even the most intense phoenix fire. Harry walked to the center of the practice chamber and felt the magic in the walls respond to his presence, recognizing his phoenix nature and adjusting their protections accordingly. The sensation was welcoming and supportive. Nothing like the constraining feeling of the monitoring charms that had surrounded him at the Dursleys' home. "Would you like to demonstrate your transformation for our faculty?" Madame Maxime asked gently. "We are all eager to witness such a rare and magnificent ability, but only if you feel comfortable doing so." Harry looked around at the assembled adults, noting the genuine enthusiasm and respect in their expressions, rather than the fear or exploitation he had learned to expect from adult interest in his abilities. These people wanted to understand and support his development, rather than control or exploit it. He closed his eyes and reached for the phoenix fire that lived at the core of his being. The transformation came easily now, flowing through him like warm honey as his human form dissolved and reformed into something far more magnificent. Within moments, a young phoenix stood in the practice chamber, his golden feathers catching the magical light and throwing it back in the patterns that seemed to dance across the walls. The song he produced was one of joy and freedom, expressing his delight at finding a place where his true nature was welcomed rather than feared. The melody filled the chamber and spilled out into the corridors beyond, drawing curious students and faculty who came to listen with expressions of wonder and appreciation. When Harry returned to human form, the assembled group burst into spontaneous applause that was both genuine and respectful. Several students who had gathered in the doorway were openly weeping with emotion, touched by the beauty of Phoenix song in a way that transcended mere academic interest. "Magnificent indeed," Madame Maxime said softly. "Lord Potter, I must tell you that in all my years of magical education, I have never witnessed anything so beautiful or powerful. You are truly a gift to the magical world." The words were spoken with such sincere conviction that Harry felt tears threaten his own eyes. For 8 years he had been told that his magical nature made him freakish and unwanted. Here, in this place of beauty and learning, that same nature was being celebrated as a gift worthy of nurturing and development. Over the next several hours, Harry was introduced to various aspects of life at Beauxbatons Academy that reinforced his growing conviction that this was where he belonged. The library was a marvel of organization and accessibility, with texts in dozens of languages and magical research tools that made information gathering a pleasure rather than a chore. The laboratories were equipped with the finest magical instruments and staffed by professors who encouraged experimentation and creative thinking rather than rigid adherence to predetermined procedures. Most importantly, Harry met other students whose stories resonated with his own experiences of feeling constrained by conventional magical education. There was Dmitri, a young man from Bulgaria, whose ability to communicate with dragons had made him unwelcome at Durmstrang. There was Catalina, a girl from Spain, whose weather magic was considered too unpredictable for traditional magical schools. There was Ahmed, whose mastery of ancient Arabic magical techniques had been dismissed as dark magic by narrow-minded educational authorities. Each of these students had found at Beauxbatons not just acceptance, but celebration of their unique gifts. They spoke of professors who designed individual curricula around their strengths, of research opportunities that would have been impossible in more conventional institutions, of a community that valued diversity of magical expression as a source of strength rather than a problem to be managed. During the evening meal, served in a dining hall that managed to be both magnificent and intimate, Harry found himself seated between Dmitri and a faculty member who specialized in magical creature studies. The conversation flowed naturally between English and French, with occasional forays into other languages, as the international nature of the community expressed itself. "So tell me, Lord Potter," Professor Delacour said during a lull in the conversation, "what are your thoughts about our approach to magical education compared to what you might expect from British institutions?" Harry considered the question carefully, wanting to be honest without being unnecessarily critical of his home country. "It's very different," he said finally. "At Beauxbatons, it seems like the education is designed around the students, rather than expecting students to fit into predetermined categories. I get the impression that my Phoenix abilities would be seen as an opportunity for learning, rather than a problem to be controlled." Professor Delacour nodded approvingly. "That is precisely our philosophy," she confirmed. "We believe that magical diversity is not just tolerable, but essential for the advancement of magical understanding. Every student who passes through our doors teaches us something new about the possibilities inherent in magical expression." Dmitri leaned over with a conspiratorial grin. "Wait until you see the advanced magical theory classes," he said in accented English. "Professor Beaumont actually encourages us to challenge conventional magical wisdom and develop our own theoretical frameworks. Last month, Catalina developed an entirely new approach to weather magic that the Spanish ministry is now considering for official adoption. The idea of being encouraged to challenge conventional wisdom rather than simply memorize and regurgitate established facts was so foreign to Harry's educational expectations that he had trouble processing it fully. The contrast with what he knew of Hogwarts's approach to magical education was profound and encouraging. As the evening progressed, Harry found himself relaxing in ways he had not experienced since his transformation began. The anxiety that had become his constant companion over the past week began to fade, replaced by a sense of belonging that he had never dared to hope for. These people understood not just his magical abilities, but his need for intellectual freedom and emotional safety. Miss Anderson, seated at the faculty table as an honored guest, caught his eye and smiled with obvious relief and approval. She had been worried about his adjustment to such a dramatically different environment, but it was clear that he was thriving in ways that would have been impossible in more constrained circumstances. When Madame Maxime rose to address the assembled students and faculty, her words carried the weight of formal announcement. "My friends," she said in French, switching to English for the benefit of their British guests, "we have with us tonight a very special visitor. Lord Potter has honored us with his presence as he considers his educational future, and I hope you will all join me in making him feel welcome in our community." The response was immediate and overwhelming. Students and faculty rose as one to applaud, not with the polite ceremony that such occasions usually demanded, but with genuine enthusiasm and warmth. Several students called out welcomes in their native languages, creating a symphony of international friendship that brought tears to Harry's eyes. As the evening wound down and students began to disperse to their dormitories and study areas, Harry found himself surrounded by well-wishers and new friends who seemed genuinely excited about the possibility of having him join their community permanently. The contrast with his memories of isolation and rejection at the Dursleys' home could not have been more profound. When he finally returned to his guest quarters, accompanied by Miss Anderson, who was clearly as moved by the day's experiences as he was, Harry felt a sense of completion that had been missing from his life for as long as he could remember. "This is it, isn't it?" Miss Anderson said, as they sat in the comfortable sitting area overlooking the moonlit mountains. "This is where you belong." Harry nodded, unable to trust his voice for several moments. "I never imagined," he said finally, "that there could be a place like this, where being different isn't something to hide or apologize for, but something to celebrate and develop." Miss Anderson smiled with the satisfaction of a teacher who had watched a student discover their true potential. "Tomorrow," she said gently, we'll meet with Madame Maxime to discuss the practical details of enrollment and transfer procedures. But tonight, I think you should just enjoy the feeling of being home." As Harry prepared for sleep in his beautiful guest room, with its windows open to the mountain air and its walls humming with protective magic that felt supportive rather than constraining, he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. A week ago, he had been a powerless child, trapped in circumstances beyond his control. Tonight, he was a young man with agency and options, surrounded by people who valued his gifts and supported his dreams. The phoenix within him stirred with contentment, recognizing this place of beauty and learning as a worthy nest for the development of his powers. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever difficulties emerged from the ongoing international crisis surrounding his case, Harry knew that he had found his sanctuary. Tomorrow would bring new lessons, new friendships, and new opportunities to explore the full extent of his phoenix abilities in an environment designed to nurture rather than suppress them. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged, and the future stretched ahead like an endless sky, waiting for him to spread his wings and soar. The morning sun streamed through the crystalline windows of Harry's practice chamber at Beauxbatons, casting rainbows of light across the specially designed floor that could withstand even the most intense phoenix fire. 3 weeks had passed since his arrival at the academy, and the transformation, in both his magical abilities and his confidence, had been nothing short of extraordinary. Where once his phoenix magic had burst forth in uncontrolled explosions of desperate power, he now commanded flames that danced at his will with precision and grace. Professor Delacour stood at the edge of the practice space, her silver hair gleaming as she observed Harry's latest exercise with the focused attention of someone who had devoted her life to understanding the intersection between human magic and magical creature abilities. As the Academy's foremost expert on phoenix magic and the head of their specialized magical development program, she had taken personal responsibility for Harry's education in ways that went far beyond conventional curriculum design. "Excellent control, Lord Potter," she said in French, as Harry completed a complex sequence that involved transforming only his hands into phoenix talons while maintaining human consciousness and speech. "Your integration of phoenix and human magical signatures is progressing at a rate that exceeds our most optimistic projections." Harry flexed his transformed hands, marveling at the way phoenix magic flowed through him like warm honey rather than the explosive fire that had once threatened to consume him entirely. The control felt natural now, as though he had been born with these abilities rather than acquiring them through trauma and desperation. "I think it's because I'm not afraid anymore," he replied, returning his hands to human form with the same effortless grace that characterized all his transformations now. "When I was at the Dursleys, my magic felt dangerous, because I was always terrified of what would happen if anyone found out about it. Here, nobody wants me to hide what I am." Professor Delacour smiled with the satisfaction of an educator whose theoretical understanding was being validated by practical experience. "Fear is indeed the greatest enemy of magical development," she agreed. "When young wizards are forced to suppress their natural abilities, those abilities often become unstable and unpredictable. Your phoenix magic was never dangerous in itself, only dangerous because you had been taught to fear it." She consulted the detailed notes she had been keeping about Harry's progress, her expression growing thoughtful as she reviewed weeks of careful observation and testing. The specialized curriculum that Beauxbatons had designed around Harry's unique needs was unlike anything attempted in the history of magical education, combining advanced magical theory with practical phoenix training and emotional healing work that addressed the trauma underlying his magical development. "Today, I believe you are ready for the next phase of your education," she announced. "Advanced fire magic theory and the healing applications of phoenix song." Harry's eyes lit up with excitement and curiosity. "Healing applications?" Professor Delacour nodded gravely. "Phoenix song has the power to heal not just physical injuries, but emotional trauma and magical damage as well. It is perhaps the rarest and most precious of all Phoenix abilities, and one that requires the highest level of control and empathy to master safely. She led him from the practice chamber into an adjacent room that Harry had not seen before, despite his thorough exploration of the Academy's facilities. This space was different from the others, its walls lined with soft fabrics that seemed to absorb sound while creating an atmosphere of profound peace and safety. Comfortable seating areas were arranged in small groups, and the lighting was warm and gentle rather than the bright clarity favored in most academic spaces. "This is our healing studio," Professor Delacour explained. "We use it for students who are recovering from various forms of magical or emotional trauma. Many of our international students arrive carrying wounds that conventional magical healing cannot address." As if to illustrate her point, a young girl of perhaps 12 entered the room, accompanied by another faculty member, whom Harry recognized as Professor Beaumont, the advanced magical theory instructor. The girl moved with the careful, controlled gestures of someone who had learned to anticipate pain, and her eyes held the familiar, haunted quality that Harry recognized from his own reflection during his worst days at the Dursleys. "This is Isabel," Professor Delacour said gently, speaking in English for Harry's benefit, though switching to French to address the girl directly. She arrived from a magical family in Eastern Europe, where her abilities were considered dark magic rather than a rare gift. "She has been with us for 2 months, but she still struggles with nightmares and anxiety attacks." Harry studied the girl with the empathy that came from shared experience. "What are her abilities?" "She can see and speak with magical spirits," Professor Delacour explained. "In many magical cultures, such gifts are revered and carefully nurtured. In her home region, however, spirit speakers are often persecuted as potential dark wizards. She was subjected to several painful magical procedures intended to suppress her abilities before her family was able to bring her to safety. The parallel to his own experience was unmistakable, and Harry felt a surge of protective anger toward adults who would torture children for possessing gifts they did not understand. "Would my Phoenix song help her?" "We believe it might," Professor Delacour said carefully. "But healing magic, even Phoenix healing, requires the consent and cooperation of the person being helped. Isabel would need to trust you completely for the song to be effective." Harry approached the girl slowly, recognizing the way she tensed when adults came too close and the manner in which her eyes tracked potential escape routes. These were survival mechanisms he knew intimately, the behavioral adaptations that abused children developed to navigate a world where the adults who should protect them were often the source of their greatest fear. "Bonjour, Isabelle," he said softly in French, settling himself on the floor several feet away from where she sat so that he was not looming over her. "My name is Harry. I heard that you can speak with spirits. That sounds like an amazing gift." Isabel's eyes widened with surprise, clearly not expecting anyone to describe her abilities in positive terms. "C'est vraiment amazing?" she asked tentatively. Harry nodded earnestly. "Where I come from, people who can communicate with spirits are considered very special. They help families stay connected to loved ones who have passed on, and they can learn wisdom from spirits who have experienced things that the living cannot understand." The girl's posture began to relax slightly as she processed this unexpected perspective on her abilities. "But the adults in my family, they said I was touched by dark magic. They said the spirits I spoke with were demons trying to corrupt me." Harry felt his phoenix fire stir with indignation on her behalf, but he kept his voice gentle and reassuring. "Some adults are afraid of things they don't understand," he said. "That doesn't make those things bad or wrong. It just means the adults need to learn more." He glanced at Professor Delacour, who nodded encouragingly. "Isabel, would you like to hear something that might help with the nightmares? I have a special kind of magic that can sometimes help people feel calmer and safer." "What kind of magic?" Isabel asked, curiosity beginning to overcome her caution. "Phoenix magic," Harry replied simply. I can transform into a phoenix, and phoenixes have special songs that can help heal hurt feelings and scared thoughts. Isabel's eyes went wide with amazement. A real phoenix? Like in the stories? Harry smiled and allowed just a hint of golden fire to dance around his fingertips, enough to demonstrate his abilities without being overwhelming. Just like in the stories, he confirmed. Would you like to hear a phoenix song? She nodded eagerly, and Harry closed his eyes to center himself before beginning the transformation. He allowed only his voice to change, keeping his human form while accessing the phoenix magic that gave his song its healing power. The melody that emerged was soft and gentle, nothing like the triumphant calls he had used during his escape or the complex harmonies he employed during practice sessions. This was a lullaby made of starlight and safety, a musical expression of peace and protection that seemed to wrap around Isabel like invisible arms offering comfort. The song spoke of children who were valued for their gifts, of adults who protected rather than persecuted, of safe places where young people could grow and flourish without fear. As the song continued, Harry watched Isabel's transformation with wonder. The tension melted from her shoulders, the haunted quality faded from her eyes, and for the first time since entering the room, she smiled with genuine happiness. When the song finally ended, she was sitting peacefully, with tears of relief streaming down her face. "I don't feel scared anymore," she whispered in amazement. "The tight feeling in my chest is gone." Professor Delacour wiped away tears of her own, clearly moved by what she had witnessed. "Magnificent," she breathed. "Lord Potter, what you have just accomplished represents the highest application of phoenix healing magic. I have studied the theoretical foundations of such techniques for decades, but this is the first time I have seen them successfully employed." Harry felt a profound sense of satisfaction and purpose that had nothing to do with academic achievement and everything to do with the knowledge that his abilities could help other children who had suffered as he had suffered. "This is what I want to do," he said, with quiet conviction. "I want to learn how to help other kids who have been hurt by adults who should have protected them." Over the following hours, Professor Delacour guided Harry through the theoretical foundations of phoenix healing magic, explaining the complex interplay between emotional resonance, magical frequency modulation, and the psychological principles that made such healing possible. The advanced magical theory was unlike anything taught at the elementary level, requiring an understanding of magical physics that most wizards never encountered even in their final years of formal education. But Harry's phoenix-enhanced intellect absorbed the information with supernatural efficiency, making connections and drawing conclusions that impressed even the highly experienced faculty. His questions demonstrated not just comprehension, but creative thinking that pushed beyond established theoretical boundaries into genuinely innovative magical research. The afternoon brought practical applications as Harry worked with several other students who had requested phoenix healing sessions. There was Marcus, a young man from Germany whose magical core had been damaged by experimental procedures intended to enhance his abilities. There was Lily, a girl from Ireland whose empathic magic had been overwhelmed by constant exposure to family violence. There was Chen, a boy from China whose magical development had been stunted by years of malnutrition and neglect. Each healing session was unique, requiring Harry to adapt his phoenix song to address specific types of damage and trauma. Some students needed gentle lullabies that soothed anxiety and fear. Others required more complex harmonies that helped repair damaged magical pathways. A few needed powerful songs of triumph and renewal that could break through years of accumulated psychological barriers. By the end of the day, Harry had successfully helped 7 different students with problems that conventional magical healing had been unable to address. More importantly, he had discovered a sense of purpose and direction that filled him with excitement about his future possibilities. As evening approached, Harry made his way to the Academy's communication center to place his regular call to Miss Anderson. The magical communication system at Beauxbatons was far more sophisticated than anything available in Britain, allowing for crystal-clear conversations that felt almost like being in the same room. Miss Anderson's face appeared in the magical mirror with a smile that had become increasingly bright and relieved with each of their weekly conversations. "Harry," she said warmly, "you look wonderful." "How are the healing magic lessons progressing?" "Better than I ever imagined possible," Harry replied, settling into the comfortable chair that the Academy provided for international communications. "Today I helped 7 different students with problems that regular magical healing couldn't fix. Professor Delacour says I'm developing techniques that might revolutionize how magical trauma is treated." Miss Anderson's expression showed the pride and satisfaction of a teacher whose student had exceeded every expectation. "I'm so proud of you," she said simply. "Not just for your magical achievements, but for the way you're using your abilities to help other children. Your experiences with the Dursleys were terrible, but you're transforming that pain into something that can heal others." "How are things in Britain?" Harry asked, though he suspected from her expression that the news would not be entirely positive. Miss Anderson's face grew more serious. "The international pressure is continuing to build," she reported. "More families are withdrawing their children from Hogwarts and enrolling them in European schools. The ministry is facing demands for complete restructuring of their child welfare systems, and Dumbledore's trial has been scheduled for next month." Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions at the news. Part of him was satisfied that his case was forcing long-overdue reforms in British magical governance. But another part of him felt sad that such changes had required his suffering to catalyze them. "Do you think the reforms will actually help other children?" he asked. Miss Anderson nodded firmly. "The oversight mechanisms being proposed are more comprehensive than anything I've seen in my social work career. International monitoring, mandatory reporting protocols, independent advocacy for magical children. If implemented properly, what happened to you should never be able to happen again." They talked for another half-hour about Harry's academic progress, his growing friendships with other international students, and his plans for the upcoming holiday break. When the call finally ended, Harry felt the familiar warmth of knowing that he had supportive adults in his life who cared about his well-being for its own sake, rather than for what he could do for them. That evening, Harry joined his fellow students in the Academy's common room for their traditional weekly gathering, where students shared stories, demonstrated new magical techniques, and simply enjoyed each other's company. The atmosphere was relaxed and inclusive, with conversations flowing naturally between multiple languages and cultural perspectives that enriched everyone's understanding. Dmitri was demonstrating his latest breakthrough in dragon communication, showing how he could now understand not just the emotional content of dragon speech, but the complex grammatical structures that revealed sophisticated draconic culture. Catalina had developed a new weather magic technique that could create localized aurora displays, filling the room with shimmering curtains of colored light. Ahmed was sharing excerpts from ancient Arabic magical texts that offered completely different approaches to magical theory than European traditions. When Harry's turn came to share his progress, he chose to demonstrate not his raw phoenix transformation abilities, but the healing songs he had been developing. The melody he produced was one of hope and renewal, expressing his gratitude for finding a place where his gifts were valued and his determination to use those gifts in service of protecting other vulnerable children. The response from his fellow students was immediate and profound. Several were moved to tears by the beauty and power of the song, while others joined in with harmonies that created a complex musical tapestry representing the diversity and unity of their international community. As the evening wound down and students began to disperse to their dormitories, Harry reflected on how completely his life had changed in just a few short weeks. He had gone from being an isolated, frightened child hiding his abilities to being a confident young man who was pioneering new applications of Phoenix magic while building friendships that spanned cultures and continents. The boy who had once been told he was a freak for his magical nature was now teaching professors new techniques and helping other students heal from their own trauma. The child who had been locked in a cupboard for being different was now living in a palace where difference was celebrated and nurtured. Most importantly, Harry had discovered that his suffering, while terrible, did not have to define him. Instead, it could inform his empathy and strengthen his determination to ensure that other children never experienced the neglect and abuse that had marked his early years. As he prepared for sleep in his beautiful room, with its windows open to the mountain air, Harry felt the phoenix within him settling into contentment. He had found his purpose, his community, and his path forward. Tomorrow would bring new lessons, new challenges, and new opportunities to grow into the person he was meant to become. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was not just surviving, but truly thriving. The phoenix had indeed risen from the ashes of his old life, but more than that, it had learned to sing songs that could help other wounded souls find their own wings and discover their own capacity for flight. The future stretched ahead like an endless sky, and Harry was ready to soar,